like drowning, and together we can surely make a difference. So in conclusion, I want to thank all of us for making time to be here. I want to thank all of you for the support that you've given to the project so far. From the leaders who have championed this initiative in the communities where we're working, thank you so much for embracing this. The project belongs to all of us. I think it is very important for me to mention this as I leave the stage. The project belongs to all of us. So with your continued commitment, with your continued support, with your continued guidance, as we shall be talking to you and reaching out to you, we want to make sure that the project moves on well. So let's work together and ensure that water, which is the source of life, does not become a source of tragedy. Thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you all once again for being here and for making time to be here with us today.
Well, thank you so much. Abako, before you leave, he said, let's make sure that water is a source of life. There's a saying, water is life. Now, let me ask you a question. I know you want to run. You've talked about the curriculum development. You talked about the visits to the different schools in the districts. By the way, let's put our hands together for our RDCs. Our RDCs are here from Mayuge and from Masaka. Please, let's give them an abako, Kalabanda. Keep it at that. So, what was your highlight so far in the drowning prevention campaign? That highlight, that one moment you said, this one here, I felt like, yes, we are getting there.
Thank you, Amon. I think my highlight is the energy that comes with the individuals that we are working with. I have interfaced with the district officials. I've interfaced with the TOTs who have been trained. I've interfaced with the children who are here with us today. And we all have very good and positive energy. We all have very good attitudes. And I am very sure with that, we shall make this a success.
Let's give it a big hand. Abako. When you talk about energy, I remember when we brought the MOUs to the cow Masaka, and he asked us, where is it? I want to sign it now. And indeed, we had the MOU signed there and then. Thank you so much. Right about now, a lot has been happening, and the DJ and the team at A Hand Uganda and the partners have put together a video moment. DJ, are you ready? Amaso Kulutimbe.
Fenga aba rescue obanga aba teacher tuyiga okubeera nga our minds are calm to every situation. Oba mbi etya oba nungi etya, you have to control everything. Don't sit, float, point your toes. So guys, be clear with what you're giving out. Listen to what I'm teaching you, and when I tell you to show us what to do, please take a heavy dose of it. That's what I could request for. When you're having a client like that one, you have to give 100% of the attention, right? Your minds have to be on that person that you're having at that time. What's your name?
Andy.
Are you enjoying the swimming?
Yes.
How does it feel?
Good.
It feels good.
Yes, I can even sing without dancing.
Are you serious? Wow, that's cool. Hold it. Be calm. I'm with you. Be calm.
suspecting.
Kino tukikoze nga asa naye nga alina spinal injury. Singa abaira tasa tugenda mukola kye bayita CPR. Are we together?
If you lack the skills to save yourself, you can drown.
But the most important thing is like we are learning survival swimming. We are learning what? Survival swimming and survival skills.
On behalf of my commandant, Marines, we are very, very, very grateful for what you have done. And we pledge we shall continue working with you. And wherever you are, if you need anything from us, just feel free to reach out to us.
Maybe lastly, I would want to thank the team that is here with us today, the district official representing the people from the districts, Afande Sande representing Marine Police, and also Afande Habim Siwe representing police in general to speak to us. Thank you so much for making time to come around and speak to these individuals. They should know that the forces, police, government, district officials are their friends, and they're going to be working with them.
Make your legs straight. You put your legs straight behind.
To the Ministry of Water and Environment and the partners for putting this together. Let's give them an abako, kalabanda. Now, don't ask me what it means. Even me, I'm telling you, but I don't know what abako means. But just keep clapping. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, allow me invite our dear cow, who is going to be speaking to us to welcome us to the mighty Masaka. Please, our dear cow, take to the podium. There's a mic and everything that you need to talk to us. Thank you so much.
RDC is present. Our professors and staff from Makerere University, staff from A Hand Uganda, my colleagues in the civil service from the 3 districts, honorable councillors who are here, head teachers, students, and are they still trainees or they passed out? And those who are trained to rescue or to restore life. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey, are you hungry? Good morning. You are welcome to the Greater Masaka. When we are going to hold the function here, my question was, this is Masaka City, not Masaka District. And I wanted them to go to take the function to our district. We know where they are. But somehow, somewhere, they said that these people from Mayuge may find it very far and difficult to locate. These days, the location is not a problem. It is Google, and you get the place. But since they are holding the function at the Ssaza, and the Ssaza is for the whole of Greater Masaka, Voodoo, Ssaza, so it is okay. And I think I'm in the right place to welcome you to Masaka district, the Greater Masaka. So here you are. I want to thank Rahul. When they came in, actually I'm the one who met them. My senior cow is not around, but it is me who met them and I've been working with them. And the first question was that you people, and you, like these others who I see, briefcase, and they come, do nothing, and then go away. They just want us to sign a memorandum of understanding, and then they move away. They assured me that they are even moving very, very fast to do the thing. And they did it. You can clap for them, please. Thank you very much for fulfilling that mission. Me, when I was growing up, I used to be with my grandmother, and she told me, mwana wanje, never play in water. And so I took it up to this extent. I don't know how to swim, and I've never tried actually to swim. But now I think we are going to change. Because even in the morning, I woke up and I was just on WhatsApp briefly. But the first picture that came in, I saw a schoolboy, a young boy, I think in primary school, who was about to drown. Actually, it was like that picture there. He was trying to cross the stream, and the water was high, so he was about to drown. But fortunately, there are some men on the other opposite side. The man went in and rescued the boy. And the man said, bananga bazadde, made them which was something very touching. Because he was going to die actually if those people are not there. That is something very touching. So when these people came and they said that this is what they are going to do, I felt touched, because drowning is a serious issue. And Masaka, actually our district, live around the city, but ours, all the 4 sub-counties almost are on the lakeside. And drowning is very rampant. In fact, I was asking them that apart from the lakeside, what about these pits which they dig sand and so on? People are drowning there also. What do we do? So it is very important that all of you are here, please. If possible, you can get the skills. Swimming skills and life skills. I say police officers, I think that they are teaching swimming skills and life skills, which is very important to all of us. And so even me, after here, I'm going to defy my late grandmother. I'm going to start learning to swim very soon. Otherwise, we thank you, Makerere College, Minister of Water, for thinking about it. And I think with Minister of Water, you have a lot to do, because the shores of Lake Victoria, it is a very big area. And not only Lake Victoria, Choga. I was in Nakasongo and there were a lot of drowning there. Even I left there when there were are they called SADs, these floating whatever. I don't know whether they are still there, but it's a great challenge also. Yeah, so with those few remarks, mine were to welcome you to Masaka. So feel comfortable. You are at the Voodoo headquarters, Ssaza headquarters, and you know, of course, the cup is even here in Voodoo. And those who didn't know, we took the cup, so you feel comfortable and free. The good thing is that we are entering the weekend. We have so many interesting hotels to visit. So feel comfortable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Let's give the cow a big abako. 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 Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Cow. Katimbade mwerabide. Amangwago. You see? And the people who had forgotten the most are people on this side. Abakuze kuze munganzi. a lesson was given to you 20 minutes ago and you've forgotten the answer in 20 minutes. Kati bano abaana abasoma okuva mu P1 ne bakola PLA after 7 years. Mulaba ebiri ebizibu. Now when the cow says you can stay, they have many hotels, obakasibwa mmwe. Nzo okuba muli nga mugamba teacher batugambe we stay, there are many hotels. Cow, thank you so much. Mwana wanje otazanira miss. I picked that. And Cow has challenged me because after him, we'll be hearing from the country director, A Hand Uganda. He was asking me, how long will the cow take? Isn't his speech so long? I was like, Gwemulinda, Jakumaririza. But now, Maririza, you'll get there. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome one more time. And today we are launching the drowning prevention project of the Makerere University School, College of Health Sciences, School of Public Health, A Hand Uganda, Design Without Borders Uganda Limited, and the Minister of Water and Environment. Why don't we listen in from the country director, A Hand, who will be talking to us about this. And as he does that, immediately after him, we'll be having entertainment. And as the entertainment will be roaring right here, we'll be having break tea. Nyizo butakomau. Byombi bagambi wamala okwogera entertainment. As entertainment is going on, we go and have tea. Over to you, country director, A Hand Uganda. Are you ready? Where are you? Let's give a big hand to the country director, A Hand Uganda. Bako, abako, abako, abako. Katuna kubira ngoma z'okwogera because I've already clapped for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amon. The young people call him Amon. And thank you. Our chief guest and all of us present today, especially those of us that have come from different areas, particularly Mayuge. I think those have traveled the longest distance. Members of the technical working group of the drowning prevention work. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome to this noble launch of the drowning prevention program. A very important piece of work for us and the partners. Today marks a significant milestone as we come together to launch this intervention, and this initiative is aimed at promoting lives and fostering safer waters in our communities, especially along the lakeside districts. We are deeply honored to be here in Masaka, a district whose proximity to Lake Victoria places its people, especially our children and young people, at the highest risk of drowning. I know that the concentration sometimes is on the fishers or those who are doing work in or on the waters, but we're also saying that the children are also at risk. The cow here has just said for him, he was told not to go near the water. But in places like Mayuge, we were told, for example, the children will go to fetch water from the open lake, and that's all they have. Or the women will prepare the main food and go into the water to pick the sauce or the fish to accompany the food they have already prepared. So all those are at risk. And so whereas the program might focus on the learners, we think that the integration of other people that are at risk is very, very important. In recent months, we have been reminded of the urgency of this work with tragic incidents such as the 3 children who lost their lives in a rain-filled sand mine, and the 2 young children swept away by floods in Nabsole, which emphasizes the vulnerabilities we must address. Similarly, the loss of the 2 children in River Sebwe in Kasese and the drowning of a 9-year-old primary 1 pupil in Yumbe are heartbreaking examples of why we must act and act now. Drowning remains a silent epidemic in Uganda, claiming lives in the waters of the lakes, rivers, ponds, sand mines, you know, the running waters when it rains. A few days we have had quite a lot of rains in Kampala, and we have seen on the news how disturbing it has been for the people on the roads and those on the waters. For communities near water, the risk is constant. Many of our fishermen cannot swim. Dr. Oporia will tell us about this even more, that the people we entrust our lives with on the waters, some of them actually don't know how to swim, which is very, very problematic and scary. The life jackets are also scarce and unsafe, especially if we are not looking at the quality or the size that the life jacket can accommodate. Again, Dr. Oporia will give us more insights to the quality of the life jackets from the study that was done by the School of Public Health. This project, in partnership with other partners, Design Without Borders, who are here with us, Makerere School of Public Health, and Guy, which is funded by the Bloomberg Philanthropies. We think that is an initiative that will take us miles. There has been a lot of work that has been done, and of course, the leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment. I request that we join hands to appreciate Commissioner Sowed. Please join me to appreciate him for his leadership. It has not been an easy journey, but he has given us guidance, bringing partners together, enabling us to have a technical working group has been because of his very strong leadership, and we strongly appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Our work has already begun together with the districts. We have been to Mayuge, we have been to Masaka here, but also the team from Bloomberg has also been here. We had a meeting in the Luchiko Hall here. I don't know whether it's called the Luchiko Hall. I beg to be corrected. But yes, we did. And they also went to the waters and saw firsthand the issues or the communities we are talking about, and that the communities that we want to serve. And so wish to appreciate the district leaderships, all of you, for welcoming us with open hands. I was happy to hear from the Chief Administrative Officer that they were not sure whether we are coming back, but at least we pledged that indeed we will come back. And our pledge is that we want to do this work together with you, you taking the lead. Because at the end of the day, we think that you should be able to take on this work. And this is what the Bloomberg Philanthropies does across their work. They have supported Uganda before with the road safety program, and they handed over this program to government. And we think that as partners, we are going to play our role, but we want you to be at the forefront as the district teams, because then we will hand over to you. We have identified schools and community sites to host portable swimming pools for land, on land that has been identified by, again, the district leadership. We appreciate you because this again shows your strong leadership to also say that these swimming pools are going to be caged off and protected so that they are not misused or become a source of danger for the children. Commissioner Sowed has also given us his thought about the sustainability, how we must have more strong pools, which are community-owned, constructed using more permanent materials, and we are looking into this, and probably this might come in the next phase of the project. But that just shows that he's following this keenly, and we appreciate his observations and additions to make sure that this is a successful intervention. The pools will serve as a safe space for young people to learn, but also for community members. And the focus for the school-going children is survival swimming. We know that there are quite a lot of techniques for swimming. Coach George and the others, have been teaching the TOTs on how to do this. But for the emphasis is that the program is looking at how you can survive. And WHO has clearly given guidance that at least the bare minimum, you should be able to swim for 25 meters and rest, that is floating at least for 30 seconds, and then you are able to swim again. That will be the biggest parameter for the learners or those that are going to go through this program. We appreciate members of the technical working group because they have together put together a draft curriculum that is being reviewed. So for the learners and all of those that are going to go through the training on how to swim, you are going to use a standard curriculum which we think that will guide our work in the swim instruction area now and in the future. We are running a communications campaign as Reach A Hand Uganda, and this has been called Omanyi Okuwuga. Do you know how to swim? Maybe by show of hands, those of us who know how to swim, can we just see if we have any people who know how to swim? By show of hands. Okay, I see we have more elders this side that are able to swim. Katifa abato tetumanyi kuwuga. This other side, do we know how to swim? Okay, I see some hands. Amon, there are some hands here. Probably you need to find out whether they can swim to survive or they are struggling to show that they can swim. For us, it is very important that we do communications around the campaign and make sure that we have communities aware of the dangers of the water, because most of them have lived their lives around the water and don't perceive the danger or the risk of drowning. We have most recently been to Zanzibar for a learning visit, and we collaborated with the Panje project in Zanzibar, and we think that the insights from that visit will be very valuable, and in fact we will have other colleagues to come and support the TOTs that we are trained from the different districts, from Masaka, Mayuge and Rakai, and we think that this collaboration will only make us better as a program. This project is more than statistics or plans. It is about saving lives. It is about ensuring that no parent loses a child to a preventable tragedy, no fisherman faces unnecessary risks, and no young person feels very unsafe near the water. None of this would be possible without the power of partnerships. Again, the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Ministry of Education and Sports, the National Curriculum Development Center, Red Cross, and other members of the technical working group. We appreciate your contribution. Coach George, I expect a very thunderous hand clap. I expect that I request that you stand up, and we appreciate you for your contribution. This senior here has worked in this sector for a very long time, and we're happy to have him supporting us. We are a young people's organization. We are very young. We are very versatile. Sometimes we run fast. And we need the elders to say, okay, please slow down, because we run fast. We are 14 years as A Hand Uganda, and we are operating in 56 districts of Uganda. And we have been working closely, mostly with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, and the Ministry of Education and Sports. And we are happy to now work closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment. I know that there are other ministries that we are collaborating with, Mayuge, Ministry of Tourism, and others on this particular work. We appreciate. The officers who are here today, we appreciate your contribution. We appreciate your valuable time, but also being present to guide us as young people in this work. We know that we can't do it alone, and your contribution is surely valuable. I promise that we will continue to work together with you, the men and women in uniform, to do this work and do it well, because we know that you are a very, very big stakeholder as we work to keep our waters safe, but also make sure that the equipment on the waters are also of good quality. The technical working group, which includes very many partners, we know that it reminds us that drowning prevention is not the responsibility of one organization, but a shared mission. And indeed, as A Hand Uganda, we do not want to own this work. We want all of us to own this work, from the ministry to the districts and other participating agencies. Design Without Borders, Makerere School of Public Health, each one of us has a role to play. The maritime, the police, the army, all of us have a role to play. We just have to make a contribution together to push this work to the very end. Today we begin a journey here in Masaka towards safer waters and a bright future, especially for our young people. We will be coming back to your districts. For the TOTs that have been trained, I don't know how many of them are here. I request that they stand up. The TOTs or the, yes, these few people here will be representative of the many that have been trained across the 3 districts. We had 45 of them trained across the 3 districts, and we know that these are also going to train others, because we want to have a cascade. You can take your seats. We believe that the TOTs are going to be our route of training. For those in schools, we know that we are culturally sensitive. We will have both male and female trainers to make sure that our learners are trained very well, and that there are no issues of safeguarding that might come up during the program. Our pledge is to be not at the front, but walk together as a team. We are a very approachable team, and I believe that as young people, our motto is young. We say young people for young people, but we also believe in youth-adult partnerships, and we pledge that we shall not run fast. We will listen. Commissioner Swed, when you say team slow down, we shall slow down, because we know that the work well done is work that is going to last a very long time. I wish to appreciate the Bloomberg Philanthropies for supporting this work, and the partners for, coming all the way to Masaka, and we have this program launched. I thank you, young people for young people, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give Benson a big abako. Abako, abako, abako. Kalabanda, Kalabanda, Benson. 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 Benson I had promised that I will not come back, but I've come back for one reason. Let me ask people a question now. You swim?
Yes.
Omanyi Okuwuga?
Simanyi Luganda.
Do you know how to swim? You know how to swim?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Masija babuza. Do you know how to swim?
No.
Do you know how to swim?
No.
And sija bikubuza bino. Ne RDC sija gendayo. Ezo kunemesa okufuluma. Do you know how to swim?
No.
Okay, simple. If anyone of you does not know how to swim, no break tea. Please, let's go and have tea. We're having break tea for, let's try to keep it within 20 minutes because twagala tukuvao by 1, which is almost coming. So pick your kachai. You can as well come back and get seated because the next presenter is ready to get started. Over to you, the culture troupe for the entertainment.
What drives you to succeed? Whatever the reason is, you need a companion with you to tell you that your dreams are valid, to fuel your passion and inspire you to learn every single day. Introducing the new age Sauti Plus TV, a fresh, easily accessible and content-packed platform for young people. A companion like no other to give you accurate and reliable information and guide you in making the right choices and take the right direction. A companion to open you to a Pan-African cinematic experience to help make sense of the world around you. A mobile companion that goes easy on your wallet and sticks with you all the way. Sauti Plus TV, your #1 source for shows that matter, anywhere, anytime. Download the Sauti Plus app on the App Store and Google Play Store or head to www.sautiplus.org. What ignites your passion? What fuels your ambition? What drives you to succeed? Whatever the reason is, you need a companion with you to tell you that your dreams are valid, to fuel your passion and inspire you to learn every single day. Introducing the new age Sauti Plus TV, a fresh, easily accessible and content-packed platform for young people. A companion like no other to give you accurate and reliable information and guide you in making the right choices and take the right direction. A companion to open you to a Pan-African cinematic experience to help make sense of the world around you. A mobile companion that goes easy on your wallet and sticks with you all the way. Sauti Plus TV, your #1 source for shows that matter, anywhere, anytime. Download the Sauti Plus app on the App Store and Google Play Store or head to www.sautiplus.org. What ignites your passion? What fuels your ambition? What drives you to succeed? Whatever the reason is, you need a companion with you to tell you that your dreams are valid, to fuel your passion and inspire you to learn every single day. Introducing the new age Sauti Plus TV, a fresh, easily accessible and content-packed platform for young people. A companion like no other to give you accurate and reliable information and guide you in making the right choices and take the right direction. A companion to open you to a Pan-African cinematic experience to help make sense of the world around you. A mobile companion that goes easy on your wallet and sticks with you all the way. Sauti Plus TV, your #1 source for shows that matter, anywhere, anytime. Download the Sauti Plus app on the App Store and Google Play Store or head to www.sautiplus.org.
Put your head down and then push yourself a little bit in the front. You break your knees and push yourself a little bit in the front. With your head down. Put your head down and then push yourself a little bit in the front. You break your knees and push yourself a little bit in the front. With your head down. Put your head down. Breathe in. Put the head down fast. Then you go. Push. Breathe in. Put the head down fast. Then you go. Push. Breathe in. Put the head down fast. Then you go. Push. Breathe in. Put the head down fast. Then you go. Push. Breathe in. Put the head down fast. Then you go. Fenga aba rescuer oba nga aba teacher tuyiga okubeera nga our minds are calm to every situation. Oba mbi etya oba nnungi etya, you have to control everything. Don't sit, float, point your toes. So guys, be clear with what you're giving out. Listen to what I'm teaching you, and when I tell you to show us what to do, please take a heavy dose of it. That's what I could request for. When you're having a client like that one, you have to give 100% of the attention, right? Your minds have to be on that person that you're having at that time. What's your name?
Andy.
Are you enjoying the swimming?
Yes.
How does this feel?
Good.
It feels good.
Yes, I can't even sing without Danny.
Are you serious? Wow, that's cool. Hold it. Be calm. I'm with you, be calm. Be calm.
Suspecting.
Kino tukikoze nga asa naye nga alina spinal injury. Singa abaira tasa tugenda mukola kye bayita CPR. Are we together?
If you lack the skills to save yourself, you can drown.
And the most important thing is like we are learning survival swimming. We are learning what? Survival swimming and survival skills.
On behalf of my commandant, Marines, we are very, very, very grateful for what you have done. And we pledge we shall continue working with you. And wherever you are, if you need anything from us, just feel free to reach out to us.
Maybe lastly, I would want to thank the team that is here with us today. The district official representing the people from the districts, Afande Sande representing Marine Police, and also Afande Habib Siwe representing police in general to speak to us. Thank you so much for making time to come around and speak to these individuals. They should know that the forces, police, government, district officials are their friends, and they're going to be working with them.
Make your legs straight. You put your legs straight behind.
We are so happy that we've been welcomed to Mayuge district. A lot of statistics have been given to us. For example, this place, this district having about 73 to 75% of its land underwater, and most of the schools we are going to be working with, out of the 9 schools, 7 have been chosen, and the 7 are actually in the islands.
Much of our schools here in Mayuge district are having issues, not only schools, but being that many of us interact with water, like us as inspectors. It is incumbent upon us to go and give support to these schools.
Banga tubadde tufuna obulwadde buno obw'okufa obw'okugwa mu mazzi, that is drowning, nga naye tetulina solution. Ate era nga bw'omanyi nti ffe tuli ku district yaffe erinaanye ennyanja Victoria, yeetooloddwa ennyanja Victoria, ate tulina n'emigga abantu mwe bagwa ne bafa.
Like for instance, a week back, we had 3 incidents of drowning, but this was not even in the lake, but it was even in a pool of water that was out of sand mining in one of the sub-counties called Buunga.
So I hope if the people around there knew how to swim and had these techniques of saving people that are drowning in water, I believe chances are high that maybe this person could have survived.
As per the expectation, I believe that most of the children in school, irrespective of water or mainland, need that skill of learning how to swim and save life through swimming. So it is a good start that the community will be given a chance to learn more, to ask more, to get the skills of how they can stay on water and save life.
This has been good, and it has come timely, because to me as a planner, when you look at my plan, this kind of intervention was never there before. And when they came at a time when we are planning for Plan 4, DDP 4, this is really good news, and we are going to make sure that we integrate this unique activity in the plan.
We are now quite sure that after the construction of the pool, after the construction of the swimming pool, the cases of drowning will reduce, and the number of schools, even outside the target schools, will be using this swimming pool for the subject and the hobby.
So tulowooza nti ekitongole kino nga bwe kizze kijja kutuyambako nnyo okulaba nga kiwa skills eri abaana abo mu kusobola okwerwanako nga waliwo ekizibu ekigudde ku mazzi basobole obutagwamu.
I didn't know that a mature person like me, without any skill, I take about 5 minutes before I die. That means if I have the skills, then I'll be in a position to see how I can survive in case of any water accident.
N'olwekyo singa abaana banaaba batendekeddwa bulungi, tuyina essuubi nti bajja kusobola okusurvivinga, bajja kusobola okutaasa bannaabwe, kubanga tusuubiziddwa nti bajja kuyiga okuwa bannaabwe first aid.
So as a project, we are optimistic that it's going to help us alleviate some of these other challenges that as a district have been having.
So we are so grateful to the organizers, the directors, and we pray that for sure they go ahead to make such sessions for people living basically near water bodies. We are so grateful as Rakai.
It will be a positive that now both the learners and the adult can be of good, they can learn more practice and get skills when it comes to water accidents.
They are going to train our children in the school, they are going to train anyone, and I think this is a very, very, very good opportunity for our people. And it will go a longer way in reducing some of these bad incidents that are happening on the lake.
Kyenandisabye ekitongole kino okutuyambako okugenda mu masomero ag'enjawulo ge banaaba balonzeemu okulaba nga basomesa abaana bano butya bwe bayinza okwekuuma bwe baba bafunye obuzibu nti oba bagudde mu mazzi oba mu bidiba bye basenera amazzi.
Thank you so much once again to reach A Hand Uganda. Thank you to Bloomberg Philanthropies who have been able to support us and give us this funding, to all our partners and well-wishers. We thank you as well, and we are along this whole way as we implement this work and as we build for the future. We are so happy that we've been welcomed to Mayuge district. A lot of statistics have been given to us. For example, this district having about 73 to 75% of its land underwater, and most of the schools we are going to be working with, out of the 9 schools, 7 have been chosen, and the 7 are actually in the islands.
Much of our schools here in Mayuge district are having issues, not only schools, but being that many of us interact with the water, like us as inspectors, it is incumbent upon us to go and give support to these schools.
Banga tubadde tufuna obulwadde buno obw'okufa obw'okugwa mu mazzi, that is drowning, nga naye tetulina solution. Ate era nga bw'omanyi nti ffe tuli ku district yaffe erinaanye Enyanja Victoria, yeetooloddwa Enyanja Victoria, ate tulina n'emigga abantu mwe bagwa ne bafa.
Like for instance, a week back, we had 3 incidents of drowning, but this was not even in the lake, but it was even in a pool of water that was out of sand mining in one of the sub-counties called Buwunga.
So I hope if the people around there knew how to swim and had these techniques of saving people that are drowning in water, I believe chances are high that maybe this person could have survived.
As per the expectation, I believe that most of the children in school, irrespective of water or mainland, need that skill of learning how to swim and save life through swimming. So it is a good start that the community will be given a chance to learn more, to ask more, to get the skills of how they can stay on water and save life.
This has been good and it has come timely, because to me as a planner, when you look at my plan, this kind of intervention was never there before. And when they came at a time when we are planning for Plan 4, DDP4, this is really good news, and we are going to make sure that we integrate this unique activity in the plan.
We are now sure that after the construction of the pool, after the construction of the swimming pool, the cases of drowning will reduce, and the number of schools, even outside the target schools, will be using this swimming pool for the subject and the hobby.
So tulowooza nti ekitongole kino nga bwe kizze kijja kutuyambako nnyo okulaba nga kiwa skills eri abaana abo mu kusobola okwerwanako nga waliwo ekizibu ekigudde ku mazzi basobole obutagwamu.
I didn't know that a mature person like me, without any skill, I take about 5 minutes before I die. That means if I have the skills, then I will be in a position to see how I can survive in case of any water accident.
N'olwekyo singa abaana banaaba batendekeddwa bulungi, tuyina essuubi nti bajja kusobola okusurvivinga, bajja kusobola okutaasa bannaabwe, kubanga tusuubiziddwa nti bajja kuyiga okuwa bannaabwe first aid.
So as a project, we are optimistic that it's going to help us alleviate some of these other challenges that as a district have been having.
So we are so grateful to the organizers, the directors, and we pray that for sure they go ahead to make such sessions for people living basically near water bodies. We are so grateful as Rakai.
It will be a positive that now both the learners and the adult can be of good, they can learn more practice and get skills when it comes to water accidents.
They are going to train our children in the school, they are going to train anyone, and I think this is a very, very, very good opportunity for our people. And it will go a longer way in reducing some of these bad incidents that are happening on the lake.
Kyenandisabye ekitongole kino okutuyambako okugenda mu masomero ag'enjawulo ge banaaba balonzeemu okulaba nga basomesa abaana bano butya bwe bayinza okwekuuma bwe baba bafunye obuzibu nti oba bagudde mu mazzi oba mu bidiba bye basenera amazzi.
Thank you so much once again to reach A Hand Uganda. Thank you to Bloomberg Philanthropies who have been able to support us and give us this funding, to all our partners and well-wishers. We thank you as well, and we pray that you'll be with us along this whole way as we implement this work and as we build for the future. We we are so happy that we've been welcomed to Mayuge district. A lot of statistics have been given to us. For example, this place, this district having about 73 to 75% of its land underwater, and most of the schools we are going to be working with, out of the 9 schools, 7 have been chosen, and the 7 are actually in the islands.
Much of our schools here.
Makerere University School of Public Health set out to do a study to understand what drowning is in Uganda and the circumstances under which they occur. This study was funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies through technical support from the US CDC and the CDC Foundation. So my name is Frederick Oporia. I am the director for the Makerere University School of Public Health Center for Trauma, Injury and Disability. And I was part of the team that led this study. So I advance these slides myself.
DJ, we may need some technical assistance. Apologies, Doctor. Let me hope the technical team is working it out to make sure that we get rolling. Apologies.
Okay, thank you very much. So, how many of you are familiar with this picture? Okay. Oh, what picture is that? She had her hand, yes.
It's a picture that is extracted from the movie of Titanic.
Very good. Let's clap for her. She knows. So this was one of the mass drowning incidents very many centuries ago, the Titanic. And that is one of the things that happened and led to recognition of drowning. But someone mentioned some time back that there was no black person in the Titanic. We don't know why. But it was a mass drowning incident that drew attention. So just evolution of drowning, how did it start and what were people thinking about? So in the 3rd century in ancient Rome, drowning was considered as a punishment for children who were deformed or disabled children. And in Greece, it was considered as an act that is God's will. But God's will happens against those who go astray, those who sin against God. And the belief behind this was that we use water for baptism, and water is supposed to be pure. If anything bad happens to you in water, then you have sinned against God. That was what they believed. So it was a test against those who have sinned. And then in the Bible, we know the story of Noah. There was a drowning, mass drowning, almost the whole world. I think the Bible says everyone drowned, apart from those who were chosen to enter the ark. In the Exodus, Moses parted the Red Sea to save the children of Israel, and all the enemies drowned. So drowning started long ago. When Jesus was on earth, he prevented drowning. How many remember when there was a storm in the boat where Jesus was? And he had to calm down the storm. So the fishermen who were with Jesus at that time were lucky because Jesus was on earth. Now, Jesus is not here. You have to believe. So the amount of faith you have determines whether you will survive or not. So then we started now seeing science coming in. We started understanding the pathophysiology of drowning. People now started knowing that this thing is actually preventable. It's not just God's will. So a gentleman called William Tosaki was the first who documented a successful mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And that laid the foundation of drowning prevention. That right now, any person who has been rescued has to be given first aid properly. And that's why A Hand Uganda and the other partners have that as part of the training. And as time went on, it started being recognized as a major public health concern. And as we speak now, the World Health Organization recognizes drowning as a big threat. And in fact, we are having the first global status report on drowning prevention going to be launched soon. We invite all of you. It's going to be on the 13th of December. I was lucky to be part of the WHO technical team working on this report. So as we talk today, over the past 10 years, more than 2 million people have died. This 2 million seems to be just a number. If you hear 2 million people have died, 2.5 million people have died, it doesn't make sense to you until one of your family members is part of these 2 million. And that family member could be the breadwinner. That family member could be your whole world. And that person will no longer be there. So we don't look at the numbers, we look at the impact it leaves on society. One death is too much. However, the World Health Organization gives hope. There are preventive strategies that we have from the WHO as guidelines. So one of them is to install barriers to prevent access to dangerous water sources or water bodies. The other is to provide safe places, especially for children. Teaching school-age children swimming skills. Teaching school-age children swimming skills. But they also need to have some rescue skills. The other is training first responders or the bystanders in effective means of providing first aid. And then we have the others of use of life jackets, ensuring that the boats are seaworthy or the boats are of good quality, and improving and responding to disaster, especially flood-related disasters. So these are the WHO, the World Health Organization, preventive strategies that are documented. And A Hand is anchoring on some of these pillars to implement this intervention. So why are we concerned in Uganda? Being a low-income country, unfortunately, Uganda has the world's highest drowning death rate recorded in lakeside communities. And that is 502 for every 100,000 people. This is the highest rate globally. This is not good for us. But we also see that we are blessed. 20% of our land cover is water. And water is a resource that we should use. It should not be a source of death. However, we are limited by the Ministry of Health data that does not actually capture drowning. When you look at the Health Information Management System of Ministry of Health, drowning is not anywhere mentioned. Where you can get some data is in the police reports. But this is grossly underreported because what the police captures, we are going to see as the data will show us. And then we have some media reports. The newspapers show us. I think you remember the Balance the Boat. This became famous because there were celebrities. There were big people on that boat. It made news. We've seen even in higher institutions of learning, Makerere University, where you think that these are educated, they shouldn't drown. But drowning doesn't know whether you're educated or not. It will take you. Children are drowning in every water body. We've seen River Nile and many other rivers have taken lives. At home, children drown in homes, in ponds, in basins. City floods, the floods in Kampala don't go without death. So these stories are so many. We can't list all of them. So the School of Public Health had an objective, and we really wanted to improve the understanding and the circumstances of drowning. Where are people drowning? Who is drowning? Why are they drowning? And in this approach, we went to 60 districts in Uganda, and these districts were classified as lakeside and non-lakeside. The lakeside districts were classified as those that border any of these major water bodies: Lake Choga, Albert, Victoria, and Edward. So any district that borders any of these water bodies was considered as a lakeside district. And then the non-lakeside were those districts that border other water bodies. They have smaller water bodies like ponds, streams, rivers, and so on. So in these 60 districts, we went to collect data from the top leadership officers. So from the office of the district police commander, we reviewed station diaries, crime record books, and case files. The same for the marine police, for the districts that had marine police, and the same for the fire brigade. And then we also went to the busiest mortuary in that district where there was one. What we found, so this is a team of our data collectors. We had to make them review, I don't know, this is slowing me down. So our team had to review records from those books, and our data capture was digital. This is not good. We went to the islands with the support from the marine police, and what we found was what we expected. So in the districts, we had about 1,400 drowning cases captured. Many of these were deaths, and only a few, 127, were survivors. So drowning can lead to death, but you can also survive if you are lucky. However, out of these 16, there was no information about them. We didn't know whether they survived or they died. All the data showed was that they drowned. So the DPC's office had the highest number, but we also had equally big numbers in the other offices. In terms of the availability of data, what was almost consistently available was data on the sex of the person who drowned. But we also wanted to know what was the type of water body the person was in and what was the person doing. Knowing these things are important to drive intervention. When we know what the person was doing, which water body were they are important for us to design interventions. So that's why we were interested in capturing this. Many of the drownings occurred in lakes, and we see that some of them also occurred in rivers, and others at home in pools. The activity, the majority of the drownings were not known. We didn't know what the person was doing when he or she drowned. But for those that were known, boating was the most common. The person was involved in a boating activity, either fishing or traveling by boat. So after seeing this, the 1,435 cases recorded, we said, okay, these are in 60 districts. What could be under in the community? Because this is what the district has captured, the police, the mortuaries, and so on. So we wanted to know, is this the true picture even in the community? So in the community, we went to we selected 14 districts out of the 60 to do an in-depth exploration. And these districts were also purposively selected to ensure that they border at least one of these water bodies, but also trying to represent the regions. Now, the approach we used was to get permission from of course, we get approval, ethical review and approval. Then we had permission from the Inspector General of Police. And then we had to move from top until we reached the respondent. The village health teams were the ones that were leading us to. So the intention here was to capture all drowning incidents that have occurred in these 14 districts. So the team would stay in a district for about 3 months and comb the district or finish up all the cases that are known to have occurred in that district. So, but we also knew that there are other police stations below the DPC. There are some other police posts, so we also went there to check, are there unique cases that were not reported to the DPC? So we reviewed the records of those officers. So these are our team, data collectors, working with the village health teams, looking for the cases. And interviews were conducted wherever you find the case, in the field, in the gardens. We also went to homes where the VHTs took us. So some roads, vehicles would not move, borders could not go. So this is just showing you a snapshot of what our data collectors went through. So what we found in these 14 districts, we wanted to identify new cases, unique cases that were not part of the other 1,400 of the 60 districts. Now, in these 14 districts alone, we got over 2,000 cases. Remember, in the 60 districts, we had 1,435. We picked 14 out of those 60 to go deep in the community. And this approach gave us over 2,000 cases, and 64% of these were deaths. Now, unfortunately, the rate, there's something we call death rate that we compute based on the population. So Mayuge had the highest drowning death rate, and then the order follows. But these are the rates that we can see for Masaka, Rakai, and I highlighted those on purpose because that's the reason we are here today. Overall, in the lakeside districts, the death rate was 12.7. And when we compare those that were captured in the first phase in the 60 districts and those that were captured in the 14 districts of these 60, we found that the number of deaths were 4 times more than what was captured in the 60 districts. And then about 14 times higher than what was captured in the second phase. So this was one of the reflections we had from Masaka especially, a death rate of 9.6. For context, the global death rate is about 3.4 per 100,000. Now, 9.6 is very high, considering that some countries actually have 0 point something per 100. So we are affected. And one person actually told us a quote. The one thing that really hurts me is the way our bosses have failed to provide us with life jackets. They should ensure that they give us these jackets because they are what keeps us safe on the lake. That is the most important thing, but there's nothing else. So, in other words, people were saying they wanted life jackets, but the bosses don't give them. In Rakai, we had a death rate that is equally high, over 13. And again, when you look at all these districts, the males are overrepresented, or the males constitute the majority. In Mayuge had, as we say, the highest death rate, and again, 94% of these were males. When look at the type of water body, it was not surprising that in lakeside districts, many of the cases were in the lake, and in non-lakeside districts, many of the cases were in rivers and streams. So this was not really a surprise. But in terms of the activity, we find that in lakeside districts, boating was the most common activity, while in the non-lakeside districts, people were drowning as they go to collect water. And we know that these give us simple interventions. Providing a safe water source can greatly reduce drowning. If I can just give an example, we identified a well in Mayuge. And in that well, we were told that over the past 20 years, over 40 children had drowned in that well, simply because they go to fetch water and they slide in and they can't come back. So we intervened by protecting and providing a tap in this well, and up to now, we've not heard of any other drowning in that water source. So simple interventions like that can save lives. Now, people were not wearing life jackets. As we can see the statistic there, 95% of them were not wearing life jackets. And we had to ask, why are you not wearing life jackets? But they said, the jackets are fake. Even if you wear them, they won't save you. So we are better off without a jacket. While others said, if you're a man and you wear a life jacket, you will not get a girlfriend. We don't know whether that was true or not. So there were many beliefs about jackets. But also people were wearing them incorrectly. That even those who have the jacket still drowned simply because they were wearing the jacket wrongly. So there was limited information. There are different types of life jackets, which I just take us through quickly. There are 5 types. If you do not know how to swim, you are safer with a jacket that has a collar. So these jackets are designed depending on your swimming ability, depending on your body weight, depending on the type of water body that you're in. Now, this is the information the fishermen lack. They do not know how to pick the right jacket for their body weight and so on. Now, how effective is a life jacket? One may ask, how can a life jacket save me? When you fall in water, there are stages that you go through. The first stage is what we call cold shock. This normally happens within 2 minutes and you have a cardiac arrest and you're gone. The other could be swimming failure. So there are these 4 stages. However, a jacket can only save you in stage 1 and 2. Once stage 3 and 4 have set in, nothing can be done. A jacket cannot save you. So this is why we emphasize the use of a life jacket. So again, in 2021, we tested based on the rumors that we had from the fishermen that the jackets are fake. We said, okay, let's prove or disprove these rumors. So we bought some jackets from the Ugandan market. We worked with the UNBS, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and we tested these jackets based on the international standards, the International Maritime Organization, and Safety of Life at Sea, that we call SOLAS. And the test parameters we used were mainly in-water performance. So we looked at water entry. When you fall in water when wearing a jacket, what happens to you? Then we also look at the righting test. The life jacket is expected to turn you from face down to face up. And then the buoyancy test and the flotation stability. So these are the tests that we conducted. There's a slide missing there. But from these tests that we conducted, we found that about half of the jackets sank within 6 hours. The jacket is expected to keep you floating for more than 48 hours. And if all factors are constant, a jacket should keep you floating forever until they discover you. But there are several things that come in: the temperature of the water, the saltiness, and so on. So we found that half of the jackets had sunk within 6 hours as opposed to the 48 hours. And almost all of them had sunk after about 32 hours. So meaning by international standards, the jackets sold in the Ugandan market do not meet the standards. But what we said, a life jacket that can keep you floating even for 1 hour, even for 30 minutes, is better than nothing. So we are not discouraging people from using the life jackets, even if they don't meet the standards. The fact that it can keep you floating for 6 hours, please use the jacket. Because within the 6 hours or within the 1 hour, chances are high that you can be rescued and you survive. So our take home that we see from here is that there are many drowning cases that are obtained through the VHT approach, using community approach, compared to waiting for what the police will capture, waiting for what the mortuaries will capture. But then we also looked at a model. So statistically modeled this, and we found that Uganda, right now as we speak, has one of the highest drowning death rates in the world, and possibly even highest in Africa. Remember, the other one I talked about was only in lakeside communities. Now this is for the whole country of about 9 people dying. And as at the end of today, we are going to have 9 people die of drowning, but they won't make it to the news unless they are celebrities. unless they are important people. So that's what we say, that continue using the life jackets. It's better than nothing, but use these life jackets with some precautions. Learn survival swimming. Obey the water, that's the most important thing. Obey the water. When the weather is bad, go to the water. So I'll end here, but I want to emphasize that the findings and the results of this study are not the official position of Bloomberg Philanthropies or the CDC or Makerere University. These are authors who own these results, and those are the authors that you see there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give an abako for Dr. Abako. 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 Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Daktari. Thank you so much. This is intriguing. This is interesting. I don't know whether you've been seeing what I've been seeing. I don't know whether you were listening to what I was listening to. Any questions to Doctor? Any observations? Any clarifications you want to seek from Doctor, please? Now is the time. Oh, forever shall you keep your peace, they say in church. So any questions, please? If you want, yes. Doctor, there is an issue here for you. Your name, where you're from, and then your issue.
Good morning, Doctor. Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Jimmy Byarahanga, and I'm a senior fisheries inspector in charge of major water bodies from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Mine is just an inquiry from your study. From your presentation, it's like you, from the 14 districts of your study, it was mainly around the lake areas. But among the activities, I wanted to know what could, to what percentage among the fishing, people who are doing the fishing activities, what percentage of drowning activities could you have recorded if you did that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want to address that immediately?
So the fishermen that drowned, more than half of them were the victims of this drowning. So those figures you see, the 2,000, the 1,400, more than half of them are actually fishermen. And this is why we're saying that drowning doesn't have a home. Malaria, we know where to go, Minister of Health. If you want good roads, you know where to go, Minister of Works and Transport. If you want good food, you know where to go, Minister of Agriculture. Where do you go if you want drowning to be prevented? You go to God. So we didn't know whom to approach. We go to the Minister of Works and Transport, the Maritime. They tell us our mandate is transport, ensure that the boats are safe. But we know that drowning doesn't only occur, as we see, doesn't only occur in transport. Children are drowning in homes, swimming pools. So we said maybe they just have a small bit. You go to Minister of Health, they're at the tail end. They only receive cases who are lucky to make it to hospital. So they tell you, but you go to another ministry. You go to tourism, they are more concerned about how beautiful the beaches are and so on. So we didn't know where to go and whom to blame. You go to fisheries, we come to your ministry, they are more concerned about controlling fishing. No immature fishing and so on. And then we say, but these people who are working for the fisheries ministry are taxpayers. They pay taxes. Why don't you prevent them from drowning? And we didn't have an answer for that. So it's sad that they are the ones that are most affected, but we are hopeful that we can create an impact on that.
you guys. A question from the young people? You have a question for the doctor from the presentation? I want people to ask the doctor a question. Yes. All right. So thank you so much, doctor. In the interest of time, you want to? You were stretching after a heavy break. Tea. Someone is saying, how wasn't it heavy? So right about this time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome one of the partner schools that we'll be working with from Masaka district. St. Mugaga Vocational Secondary School have a skit for us. St. Mugaga. And then thereafter, we'll be having a presentation from Design Without Borders, Uganda. St. Mugaga, over to you.
Mama, why are you sad? But Mama, I didn't know the water could be so dangerous. I just wanted to play.
I should have taught you how to swim. I stopped you from coming here alone.
Mama, you can still help others. Teach them what you've learned. Save other children, not to be like me.
Batuuze bannange, tukakane tuwulirize. My brothers and sisters, droning is silent. It takes our beloved ones in a second. Today, we are going to learn how to prevent droning. Tukakane nga we mumpuliriza. We must watch children whenever they are playing near water, teach them how to swim, and if possible, face off all dangerous areas like open swimming pools, and no child is supposed to play near river unsupervised. Nga we mumpuliriza, abatamanyi kuwuga mumpulirizeeko. That's why we must work in groups all together. We must bring trainers to come and teach us how to swim. or use simple materials like a jerry can tied with a rope in order to help our fellows in trouble. How do you see it?
I lost my son. Ayo. Just because I didn't know the things. If I had known, he might still be alive. I beg you, listen to these words. Don't wait until it's too late.
Mama Ayo, fenga abaana natuyamba n'otuyigiriza okubeera seefu.
Nja kubayamba mwana wange.
Mama, you are saving lives.
Remember, one ripple of action can save many lives. So, we must begin today.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give them a bigger hand. A bako, a bako, a bako, a bako, a bako. Kalawanda, Kalawanda, Senmugaga. Woo. Musomesa, Sokoje. May I have a few questions for you because this has been massive. One ripple of action can save masses. That stuck in my head. I was about to shed tears when the mother was talking about narrating her ordeal, how they lost her child. So, how long did you take to train these people this? Because it's like not so much, not so long.
Thank you so much. We got a visit from A Hand. It was on Thursday.
Thursday last week?
No, this week.
This lero lwakutaano.
Yes, please.
Baba Charlie.
It was Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Then they sent us the slit, the play yesterday, and we tried it yesterday, and then we presented it today.
This is big.
So it was.
Let's give them the bigger, ladies and gentlemen. Sen Mugaga. Thank you so much.
Rich Hand, Design Without Borders, Makerere University, College of Health Science, School of Public Health, for the support that they are giving us. We are waiting for you, and we hope that the partnership we have with you will go a long way to help these learners who really have a challenge with many water bodies that surround the school and other neighboring areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I remember the first time we came to your school as the next presenter, you're getting ready. Let me hope the DJ, you're ready. When we went to Sen Mugaga, we did not have any documentation from the district.
True.
And we said, now, can you please sign our opt-in form? And said, I cannot sign it. You don't have any documentation from the district. So he told him, please talk to the DEO. The DEO called and they talked to us. Okay, yes, Mbalabye. We signed those papers now.
Yeah, we received them.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. So let's give a bigger hand to Sen Mugaga, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to have Design Without Borders Uganda for the next presentation.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Nancy Akera, and I work with Design Without Borders Africa, and the design researcher, administrator, and also project coordinator for for Mayuge, Soroti, and Sereni. First of all, thank you, A Hand Uganda, for this event, and because of your commitment, we are here today, and we are always happy to work together with you. And also thank you, the leadership of Masaka District, for always opening your doors for us. I'll briefly talk about who Design Without Borders is, and then what role we are playing in the drowning prevention cause. For starters, Dr. Oporia, you will notice that most of my presentation will be kind of communicating with what you have, simply because all that we are doing, us together with A Hand, is in response to the research that you and your team did. So Design Without Borders, we believe that all designs or any product and service should be contextually appropriate for whoever is using it or the end user. And because of that, we are a product and service design consultancy firm. We use typically human-centered design as our approach to problem solving. We've done work in both low and middle income countries, and we work mostly with organizations, and also this time along we have work that we are doing in partnership or in collaboration with the district, and also going down to the communities. Yes, so in brief, that's the team. Because of time, I won't talk about everyone who is there, but we are a team of about 12 people. We have designers who mostly have a background in architecture, and then, yeah, the rest as an organization can be. We have, like, as I mentioned, we do product and service design, and those are some of the service projects that we've worked on. I'll talk briefly about the ICANN tool, and for ICANN, we are working with the community to try and leverage the connections within the community to increase uptake of family planning among women. Then for the products, we have we've done various products. For example, the Yuga stove, or the stove that you can see over there. And for it was to try and reduce, like to make cooking more fun. Gone are the days of using firewood, etc. But this time along, we're trying to protect the environment, but also make stoves that are also looking nice. Yes, so what human-centered design is, with human-centered design, it's you designing together with the person you're designing for. Then the double diamond kind of summarizes what human-centered design is. And for it, it's each time you're working towards a solution, as a designer, you typically start with discovering, or what we can call research, and then afterwards you go to the define phase where you try to understand or try to make sense of the data that you've collected, and then from there you go ahead and develop solutions using the data that you've collected, and package it well, or create solutions, and then finally deliver to the end user. So similar to A Hand Uganda, Design Without Borders was contracted by Bloomberg Philanthropies to work towards reducing drowning rates in Uganda. And we are calling our project the Enhancing Fisher Folk Project. The aim of enhancing Fisher Folk Project is to design, develop, and test contextually appropriate flotation devices, and also design and improve weather information systems to help fishers make decisions before they go on the lake. So the project currently is being implemented in 6 districts as shown on the map. This is still from the research that was led by Dr. Oporia. And we are currently working in Masaka, Mayuge, Rakai, Soroti, and Serere. We previously concluded our first phase that was for about 6 months. And during this phase, we had 3 key activities, whereby the first activity was for us to create or compose a project team and also on board. So during this phase, we were able to identify the different partners that we found interesting to work with, and also at the same time had to take them through what our plan is, what the project roadmap is, etc., etc. And with this project team, we of course have our friends from A Hand Uganda. We also have people from the district. We have people. We have some organizations within the community. We have people from Marine Police. At some point, we had to engage Uganda National Meteorological Authority, especially because we have work to do within weather systems. Yeah, so those are kind of some of the partners that we have on the project currently. Still on the list, there are some partners that are missing. For example, Busara. Busara will come in because of the behavior component that we noticed or noted during the research that we did. Yes, so the second activity during our phase 1 was general research, where much as we had numbers from Dr. Oporia and his team, we still went ahead to also go to the community and try to talk to the targeted people. And during this activity, we had to go to all the 6 districts. Again, I want to thank Masaka leadership for easing our journey when we were doing this activity, plus Mayuge and other districts. Yes, so during research, we had a number of dialogues with leaders, we had dialogues with fishermen, we had workshops. Yes, we had workshops with traders, boat owners, fishmongers, etc. And the third activity was for us to compose what we call the Design Community Advisory Board. We had to form up a group of community members because since we don't have presence in these districts, we had to have a team that would directly work with, and also we believe that the people in the community have or understand the issue of drowning more than us. So because of that, we had to form up a group, take them through what we call HCD, so that they understand what our work procedure is, or when we do what at some point of the project. We also had to do a basic water training for the same team, whereby this activity was led by Uganda Marine Police and Ministry of Health. So after research, we were able to come up with a few insights, and this is for the flotation devices. And if you look at it clearly, in brief, it shows how flotation devices move from the point they are imported in the country to the point they are disposed of. One of the things that we noticed was that flotation devices are typically imported, so we don't have any flotation devices or any life jackets that are locally manufactured. But also, in the same breath, we looked at the point, what happens at the point of purchase, and also where are these points of purchases. And during our research, we noticed that it's the shops in Kampala that most people get their flotation devices from, and also the shops at the landing site, at the big landing sites. Not all landing sites have these shops, by the way. And for some people in the community, get their life jackets from the districts. But also, in the same breath, we looked at some of the pain points during the purchase points, and some of the pain points here was first of all, that fishers find it hard to reach some of these purchasing points, especially for the landing sites that don't have shops that sell flotation devices. Just for context, flotation devices are it can be life jackets. It can be also group flotation devices like life rings, but also it can be, in the community they mentioned some people use jerry cans as their flotation devices, and others use sacks of charcoal. Yeah, so when the flotation devices reach the purchasing points, they are now bought, and at the point of buying, we looked at what steps they take when purchasing life jackets, and to most of them, it's about the cost. They'll take a life jacket if it fits their budget line, but also most fishers believe that life jackets are supposed to be provided by their bosses or by the boat owners. And also we noticed that the life jackets that are being sold, most of them are of low standard. Yes, and then life jackets are on high demand during times of inspection. So when marine guys are on the lake, that's when most fishers or boat owners run to get life jackets. We looked at how they use and maintain life jackets. Most of them prefer to use the life jackets as warmers because it gets cold while on the lake at some point, and then others prefer to use their life jackets as pillows, and then some believe life jackets are useful for help your relatives find your body in case a boat capsizes or in case you die on the lake. Yes, then at the point of disposal, life jackets are mostly disposed of by marine police, and then for the tailors we talked to, they mentioned that the fishers bring the life jackets to them when they are already too worn out for repair. Then the insights around weather information. I'll try and summarize this. So weather information has, before weather information reaches the end users, it goes through four main steps. So it's at the point of generation. It's most UNMA, or Uganda Meteorological Authority, relies mostly on data that it collects from international agencies or the organizations that have their satellites already up there, and then so UNMA picks data from them, and then whatever data that is collected is goes straight to their observation team, and then the observation team will move the data to their communications team, and the communications team will package it and send it to be analyzed. And at the point after analyzing, the forecasts are almost ready to be disseminated. But so during this process, we noticed that in the communities, our community, people at the community kind of do forecasts, but it's not formal. It's information that is not documented anywhere, and they tend to rely on it a lot, and that's why we had to add it on our insight map, and as an opportunity for us, especially because the project gives us chance to improve or to improve a system that has some pain points that are easily noticed. So at this point, at the point where we have community forecast, we notice that the biggest challenge that they have, for one, is that information is not documented. It's also information that is transferred by word of mouth, meaning if you're not near the person who is doing the forecast, high chances you're not going to know what is going to happen in the next, let's say, an hour or within that day. But yeah, so as I'd mentioned earlier, the people at the learning site disseminate their information mostly through word of mouth, but they also disseminate their information through not disseminate, they also move their information moves from one generation to another through mentoring, so that people who, the elders or the clan leaders who do these forecasts also at some point have to mentor the young ones, so that this information doesn't die within their generation. So how weather information is used, it's mostly for decision making, and also it's also used by early responders like Red Cross, etc. And one of the challenges that UNMA faces is it doesn't get feedback, because we don't have a system where a user can directly contact someone at UNMA to give them feedback in case the forecasts are not what they're expected to be. Apart from maybe using radios, but it's also not a very sustainable solution for them. But then for the traditional forecasters, feedback is not a thing for them, because they just trust each other. Like, they know it, they're also guessing. So whatever feedback they get, they'll just say, me, I wasn't sure, I was just guessing. Yes, so that was our phase 1 and its findings. We are currently in our phase 2. We successfully completed our district entries. We were able to re-enter other districts that we are working in, and also updated them on how far we have gone. So in this second phase, we plan to do more research, and especially around traditional forecasts. We also want to onboard more partners, and in the same phase, we'll also be doing a lot of design explorations. We'll be looking at what designs for flotation devices are already existing, or what have people already worked on. Yes, and after that, we'll do a lot of prototyping and testing, and until we reach, or until we come up with a prototype that can be taken front for piloting. Then for the weather information system, we'll still do a lot of research and collaborations. Then we'll also try to strengthen the traditional forecasts. We want to try to form hybrid forecasts. And by this, we want to get the traditional forecast and also the scientific forecast and come up with a hybrid. And then we plan to read a lot, look at already what similar projects are existing. Currently, we are looking at the highway project and also the Daraja. Daraja was by Act Together. And so this is how our schedule for phase 2 looks like. Our pre-phase, we plan for it to run for about 3 months, which we've already started on. And then after that, we'll have our ideation where we'll try to come up with a number of ideas around flotation devices and weather information systems for about 3 months too. And then we'll try to conceptualize, do a lot of prototyping and testing for about 11 months. And then we'll also document, plan for the piloting for 5 months. And we'll go ahead and do the pilot for 10 months. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give a bigger hand to Design Without Borders. All right. Is that how big it can be? Okay, let's do an abako. 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 Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Let's do a remix. Let's keep it at that. So can I have all of us on our feet? Please stand up if you can. Stand up if you can. Yes. All right. Okay, now can I request you to move 5 meters from wherever you are and greet someone? 5 meters from wherever and greet someone. Ask them who they are, what's their name, where they are coming from, and what they do. Move and greet someone. Now Kawa has decided to move within his kraal. 5 meters zibeere ntatano. All right. All right. Ask them who they are, what they do. Send Mugaga, let me get 3. Send Mugaga, 3. Okay, you guys may get seated now. All right, so thank you so much. Yeah. So next, we'll be having, you guys may get seated, people. Coach George, mugambe mubuze okatono goseze okumubuza nnyo. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be a panel discussion. And this panel discussion will be led by Mwami Barugaba. Mwami Barugaba, was he? This is a guy who has a Chisoga name. But when you listen to the way the name flows, what's your name?
I'll introduce myself.
Introduce yourself there. So allow me hand over to Barugaba here, or Barugaba, and they will be introducing us to the next session and the panelists. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Amon. I am Boni Enoch Barugaba from Mayuge. But I didn't travel with the Mayuge delegation. I am from Mackay University School of Public Health. The next session is a panel. And so I'll read out the panelists' names and request them to come and take seats at the front. So the first panelist is Mr. Benson Mohindo, who is the current acting country director for A Hand Uganda. I will clap for them as they come. Then next is Assistant Superintendent of Police, Sunday Bruno, the Regional Marine Police Commander for Victoria East, that is Ginger Mayuge. Then the third person is a president. I don't know, I should call him His Excellency, but he's Mr. George William Mukasa, the president of Life Saving Association of Uganda. And then last but not least is Mr. Mbaha Emery Patrice, a principal environmental health officer from the Ministry of Health of Uganda. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Abatuze mbalamusiza. Abaze ne mamayo. Abe Mayuge mbalamwisa. Yes, when Dr. Oporia gave the keynote address, I had a few Yes, from that presentation, the key things I noted were Uganda has the highest rate of drowning among lakeside communities. And the actual number noted was 502 deaths per 100,000 population. The other key thing I took out was every year, Uganda loses more than 2,900 people due to drowning. These are just numbers until you add a face to it, to that particular number. If we look back at COVID, it changed lives quite a lot. We never knew that you could be forced to stay home because the president said stay home. You've not committed any crime, but you're staying home. And families broke up because of being forced to stay with the persons that we chose to marry. But I quickly Googled and saw how many people we lost due to COVID. And they say as of 2024, we lost 3,632. That's in a period of about 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. But every year from the presentation by Dr. Poria, we are losing 2,900 people. More than 2,900. So drowning is real. And until we take it as a serious matter, as all of us, we shall not find a solution to it. COVID, we lost 3,900. We had lockdowns. We had so many restrictions. RDCs made a lot of decisions regarding saving our lives. But then for drowning, where we're losing over 2,900 per year, we are just silent, letting things to happen as they are. So before you is a panel of individuals from very different agencies that we want to share with us what they are currently doing as regards drowning prevention, but also what we could do as a country to control this problem that is silently finishing us. So we'll start off with A Hand Uganda, who are hosting us. One of the images they have, the one here, the one that has Omanyi Okuwuga. For me, it's sort of, yes, that one. They are called Reach A Hand. So I do not know, was someone reaching that hand or someone was coming from down to reach the hand? So Mr. Benson, as Reach A Hand, what inspired you to start handling drowning? You've been around for 14 years, but then 2024 is when you're like, oh, this is something that we need to get into. What was the motivation?
Yeah, thank you. I think that you started off from the right note. We want the hand to reach everyone. And each time we take pictures, we normally push out the handprint. And to say that we really want to reach everyone, every young person. The picture you see there is comes from co-creations of young people who sit down. All the work you see here in terms of the designs and the artwork is a creation of the young people. And so we believe that young people have the power to do good and quality things. In the 14 years, we have done quite a lot of work, mostly in the sexual and productive health and rights area, but also livelihoods, climate change, but also supporting other organizations that are serving young people to reach where we are. For us, we think that this is a very critical area, and me and my sister there keep referring to Dr. Oporia's report because it's the basis of this work. It highlighted a lot of issues that are very pertinent to our work. If you look at the issues that were raised, where are the young people? I'll begin with the young people. The ones that are dying on the waters, what are they doing? We just saw in the report, they are either going to fish. Who is fetching water? It's the young people. Who is playing around the water? I think I picked some issues there. Collecting water, playing near the water, mostly those who can't afford to travel on to pay for the transportation. It's the young people, they don't have money. Those who are bathing on the water, men are also very big culprits of bathing in the open waters, but also information around the attempts to rescue those that are either drowning or surviving. The young people are one of those categories of our population who do not have the right information. And it's also key to note that we want to touch the young people, those who are still in school and out of school. You imagine we used to have physical education in school. And no one told us that actually drowning can be such an issue with the numbers we have had. If you look at the maternal mortality ratio, it is now getting lower, 189 compared to the 502 for the lakeside districts. So it's a very important issue that we think that we need to tackle as an organization, but not just as an organization, but to add a brick to what is being done by other actors in the field. Whereas we are in the SRHR space and looking at the young people, it's important that we also look at issues that are around the fishing or the landing sites. You go to these areas and there are fewer schools, there are fewer health facilities, but yet there are children there, there are young girls, and there are women. And we continue to see the issues of climate change affecting our ways of work, and especially the young people and women are very, very affected. So we think that also the integration of the reproductive health issues and the drowning prevention is very, very critical. At A Hand Uganda, like I said, we say young people for young people, but we also want to see a world where young people are making informed choices. They are making informed decisions. So want to disseminate information through the schools, through the communities, through radio and TV, and we think that this is the right time for us to be part of this intervention. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Benson. We'll go to Afande Bruno. Before balance the boat, I never saw myself as someone that is at risk of drowning because I rarely go to the lake. And like the cow said, no one told me never to play in water. But the little time I played in water, someone held my head from under the I think it was a cattle dip. And so after I left that place, I actually have never, besides taking a bath, me and water, we respect each other. So after balance the boat, I saw that actually any of us can drown. And police is a key stakeholder here. What is police, marine police specifically, doing to ensure that we are safe as we move on the water or as we work on the water? Where is your mandate in this, in saving our lives, protecting lives, and one of the mandates of police? So where are you falling in saving us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Once again, I'm Sandy Bruno, Assistant Superintendent of Police. I'm the Zonal Commander of Marine Police, taking Victoria East. Victoria East covers Jinja District and Mayuge District. Actually, we as the police, I would start by mentioning our mission. Our mission is clear. It is to secure life and property in a committed and professional manner in partnership with the community in order to promote development. So when it comes to drowning, they are mostly we focus at the lake, but drowning does not only take place at the lake. It takes place in all water bodies, including rivers, swamps, swimming pools, and ponds. Now, we as Marine Police, we are the custodians of law in the maritime domain. Article 233 of the Penal Code Act gives us the mandate to ensure that all water users must travel in a safe way. The major causes of drowning are among the, now I'm talking about the lakes. It's mostly people moving in vessels which are unseaworthy. Unseaworthy vessels, these are small boats or boats which are in a very sorry state. Secondly, it's criminal negligence. That's say moving on waters without life-saving equipments. And the life-saving equipments, those are the life jackets, the life rings. One of the presenters pointed them out. So we as the Marine Police, ours is mostly enforcement. We enforce the law to the dot. If we get you moving in a boat which is unseaworthy, you will be arrested according to Article 233. If we get you transporting people on the lake without life jackets, we charge you according to Article 233 of the Penal Code Act. So for us, our role is mainly to enforce all the maritime laws. Our motto as Marine Police is safety and security, but you can see that safety comes first. So we first of all have to ensure that you are safe. After you being safe, then we can look at the other side of security.
Thank you very much. Enforcement sounds aggressive, but maybe we shall come back to that to see whether in this enforcement we are not ending up losing lives, or how could Reach a Hand support your enforcement efforts to ensure that no lives are lost. Reach a Hand, we had Design Without Borders, we have the Life Saving Association of Uganda. How could they enhance your work to ensure that it's a bit smooth?
I'm really very glad with Reach a Hand Uganda for doing the sensitization work. It is not a guarantee that when you are having a life jacket you will not die in case your vessel capsizes. It's not a guarantee. And I think from experience, you even heard that some of the people who drowned at the Mutima Beach incident, Others actually had life jackets. But what happened? They died. The only thing which was got were their dead bodies doing what? Floating. Actually, the life jackets were preventing their dead bodies from getting submerged. So, having a life jacket alone is not enough. What we need also is the sensitization and trainings to know basic survival skills. Basic survival skills are for all of us. It's not only those who stay in the lakeside districts. You have been seeing recently where the other vehicle, which was moving from, I think from the sides of Lira, going to Pakwach. So they reached in the middle of the bridge. Out of blue, the water flooded the entire area. And so, there, what do you do then? That's where your survival skills, which you were taught by Reach A Hand of Uganda, by other organizations which normally team with us, there are quite many, they help us a lot.
All right. Thank you very much. On that point of survival swimming, I'll go to the president on the panel, Mr. George William Mukasa. Someone in the audience might be wondering, what is this survival swimming? Is it the marathon? I mean the Olympic swimming? What is it, and what are you people actually doing to ensure that we sort of contribute to a reduction in this number of deaths, the over 2,900 deaths that are occurring every year when people interact with water?
Thank you very much. My name once again, George William Kasa, the President, Life Saving Association Uganda, also Africa Board Member, Drowning Prevention, and also the International Life Saving Commission member on drowning prevention. Our association is the only full member from the international body in life saving, and we are glad to be working as a technical working group with Reach A Hand and other stakeholders. Now, before I went into life saving, I was a competitive swimmer myself, to come from that angle, and I also led the national team for over 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, as a national swimming coach. Then I said, no, swimming and winning medals, so what? And of course, our sisters in Mayuge and other areas were not swimming because of swimming pools being in Kampala, most of them. But now, thank God, there are investments now countrywide with swimming pools. So competitive swimming has been known, and we believe now that should have a leverage, and we start on survival. So there's a difference between survival and competitive. Survival means if you are caught in between the Karuma Bridge or Pakwash Bridge and you're swept away, what are those basics you can do to remain afloat? Can you hold your breath even in a basin? Of course, with instructions, because if you do it without instruction, you know what happens. You start choking and coughing. So survival is about, right from the word survive, how are you able to maneuver? Because we know water is part of the natural disasters that happen. So we need to know how to maneuver via that body. So we had I had an incident in Mbale from Kumi. A Sinotrack man was stopped, and he said his Sinotrack is heavy, it can go through that bridge. And so what happened? The Sinotrack was swept away. We lost the driver. The Sinotrack was pushed to the side, but still after not surviving. So this is a very serious topic that Reach A Hand and other partners are looking at. How can we survive? And in survival swimming, we are teaching you the skills, and some of the skills are just basic. There are 5 if you are to do survival swimming. The first one, do you realize the water body you are going to engage with? That's number 1, because you need to know the mass of water. And we said we should not despise any mass. Even a basin, you can drown from a basin. We have babies that drown in our homes, and then they write another case, maybe choking or suffocation, but some of them are negligence from the maids. They want to go and see some soap on the TV, they leave the baby in the basin because the water is warm, the baby is playing. The next time the maid comes back, the baby is normal. And some stories end differently. So it's about the water body. So can you enter the water as step one? If you are to say you're a survival swimmer, can you enter the water body? 2, if you enter the water body, can you turn around 360 degrees? Now some of you, if you come next to the pool, you start shivering. Some of you even going to the ferry or boat, you can't even look at the water. So that's phobia. So number one, can you enter the water body? 2, can you turn around in that water body? If you can't do those 2 steps, we go to the next step. Can you swim at least 25 meters? Not where you came from, but at least across that water body. 4, can you stay in water and what they call balance? Tread water when you're vertical, only using your legs and maybe some hands like as if you're fish using your fins. And the 5th one, can you come out of the water, not using where you came in from? So if you can't answer those 5 questions, then you're not a survival swimmer. So that means we must go back to the basics. And one of our campaigns as Life Saving Association Uganda is to make sure every person before they leave primary 7, they can survive. I'm happy that the children are here and we need to extend these services from Kampala and they go countrywide. And we see on the statistics 15 to 29 years are the cases we are receiving because they were not given a chance to survive. They only saw people competing. Even at the international competitions, we have people drowning because the basics were not done. They were taught how to sprint. So that's the element of survival. So it's about the 5 basics, and I have to repeat, how do you enter the water body? Of course, entering the water body refers to other areas of life jacket, because some water bodies are very big. You must have a life jacket. Even when you know how to swim, even myself, I cannot enter into the boat without a life jacket, even when I've swum up to the international level, because every water body has its behavior, and your body is limited, especially your health. Dr. Poria talked about hypothermia. Your body can just get too cold and go into shock. And once your heart cannot function anymore, and your brain, then we have to retrieve you. So entry, 2, can you rotate 360 degrees and look around without getting stuck or staggering? 3, can you swim at least 25 yards? Any stroke, but of course we have taught our trainers survival strokes. They know how to teach survival strokes. Not the freestyle, not the butterfly, but survival strokes to keep you going to safety. 3, can you tread water? Remain treading water. Treading means can you balance? Some of you call it balance with your head. Do not balance with the head in the water. We mean balance with the head, the chin over the water. That means there's some technical work underground that you have to be taught. And then also swim to safety. Not necessarily where you came in from the steps. No. Because we assume if there's man overboard, our forces no man overboard. In case you're moving someone and he falls off the boat at high speed, we need to make sure that we turn around and find you alive, even with a life or without a life jacket. So that's the angle on which we're talking about with Reach a Hand, to make sure we provide the technical survival skills to every Ugandan. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Next to you, I've remembered is another president, but that's a title for another day. Mr. Mbaha Emery from the Ministry of Health. One of the key things of the ministry is to ensure that we are healthy and alive. But from Dr. Poria's presentation, at least, unless someone went to the mortuary, currently data is not there on drowning. So what can the ministry do, or how can it work with these so many stakeholders to ensure that we have these records? One might wonder, why should we worry about records? And the answer is, if we do not know what the burden is, we won't see it as a problem, and therefore it won't be addressed. We should appreciate that we are here because a survey happened, whose results we've seen. If this survey hadn't happened, this discussion wouldn't be ongoing. So how how can the ministry work with these stakeholders to ensure, one, that drowning is prevented, but also that we have better data that is captured on the problem that's within the community?
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to thank the entire team that has enabled us to be here today. Wherever I'm in Masaka is my second home, because my grandmother is just from Lwengo here. It's in the family of Salis, just down there. But I'm born in Busia. I just wanted to give you a scenario before I answer your question. Busia, we're around the lake, and there's also a big stream that separates Kenya and Uganda. You know, when colonialists came, they used the water to say, this now Uganda, this Kenya. And during COVID-19, we had a very good swimmer, known in the whole district. So he took advantage of the lockdown and would ferry people from Kenya on his back while swimming along that stream called Siwo. So one day, I think he lost the energy, and he had a lady who was heavier than him, and they all drowned. And we lost him like that. So drowning can happen anytime. And it's not only in the direct water. You'll find there are marshy areas around water areas where people go to graze and do a lot of activities around there. There's a gentleman also we lost there. I think he disappeared in the mud, the marshy areas, as he was walking around, so it was solid, but went and disappeared. We have never seen him. So it's a big challenge. And my good friend, Dr. Poria, whom I've known for many years, we used to teach with him in Mulago for some time. He raises very fundamental issues here. And if you check in records, World Health Organization classifies drowning as a public health emergency, which has not been given consideration. And this is where we're starting from. Because when you don't have data, then you cannot explain your point. Now that we have this data, it's a starting point. And I know my good friend, Dr. Poria, we can link up and influence the division of information at Ministry of Health to have this included in the DHIS too, such that it can be picked. And you know, every interval of time we do surveys under the Uganda Health demographic surveys. This can also be included and put there. You know, it's a shame that we have reached this level without action. I was checking, there's no policy and law on drowning in this country. And when we have this data, it can give us a starting point where we can influence policy. And should start now. Because the information we have now is a basis. Nobody can refute it. These are facts. And collecting this data is not going to be difficult, because I've seen from what Dr. Poria has presented, they worked with our lowest unit, who are the VHTs. The VHTs reach the household, and they cover each village. So they know what happens in each village. And we have also been using them for birth and death registration data capturing. So this is going to be very easy now that we have the starting point where to move from. There's justification that drowning is a public health emergency in Uganda. The mandate of Ministry of Health is to keep people healthy. Most human beings, we are born healthy. 94% of human beings were born healthy. It's only 6% who are born with difficulties, the one we call congenital abnormalities. But all of us are born healthy. Along the way, through the systems or our own omissions, we let our health break down. And those figures they have highlighted are very high. Losing somebody, people who die don't come back. So every death should be an alarm for all of us. And as Ministry of Health, this is a concern for us. This is a starting point, and I promise to pick it up from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mbaha. In the interest of time, we might not have another round of questions because we want to pick a few from the audience. But I'll go again to some of the panelists here. Reach A Hand Uganda. This far that you have come, what have been some of the challenges, and how can the different stakeholders support you achieve the objectives that you set out to achieve?
Yeah, I think that this far we have come is not because we are Reach A Hand. It's because we have worked with very able partners, and the recognition that the ministry and the other ministries have played a very key role in making sure we are here. I think that I'll just point to a few of the challenges in the communities. I know that the districts have identified land where we are going to place the pools. In some it has taken some time, and these are just temporary pools. And I think that in the long run we want to see more permanent structures for training, so that they can stay there for a while. And we expect that the districts can actually provide this land so easily. But also it's a challenge that we are going to have only 3 pools for the start, portable ones. Now you can imagine in Mayuge the district proposed Bwonda, and if you look at Bwonda from the other schools that have been selected, it's a very long distance. So those are gaps that we need to fill in, either by having other structures put up so that we can mitigate that. But also, as we have these pools, can we also thinking, what is it that we can do to train in open waters? Now this is a very big question. When we went to Zanzibar, we saw that the teams there actually were training learners in the Indian Ocean. But for us here, we have crocodiles, we have all these animals in the water. So it is still a challenge that we are trying to find a solution to, such that for people that are around the fishing areas or the landing sites, they have a place where they can actually do instruction, because they can cordon off a place. They use a rope or the buoys and have a training area. So those but also even when they do that, how safe is the water? Are they able to treat the water? And being open makes it even harder. So those are things we are thinking about, and I am sure Commissioner Sowed will give us his idea around that. He always does. The other is of course around the resources, because then we need to have more or multiple training areas for us to be able to reach as many learners, and then those out of school. I think those are the 2 I can point out at the moment.
Yes, thank you very much. When you talked about the pools that are going to be put in the communities, I thought Design Without Borders, is this something that you could help us think about how to come up with cheaper pools using the human-centered design, HCD? That's what I remember from the slides. Afande Sande, those of us that live in Mayuge, Wokatube, Bwonda, Jaguzi, what do we need to do to be safer on the water from the police perspective?
Thank you once again. What we need to do actually is to ensure that whenever we are either doing any kind of movements or any activity, say fishing, we are always safe. Safety should come first. A life jacket is a must. Even to us, as the police, as the marine police, we don't move on water without life jackets. But we know how to swim so much in that we can even dive under the waters and we retrieve things from there. But a life jacket is a must when it comes to movement or any transaction being performed on the lake or a river or a big water body where you cannot be able to move, which is beyond your waist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mukasa, safety culture, survival swimming. How can we ensure that as a country this is actually considered key as people look at someone excelling and what? How can we instill a water safety culture within us so that we do not think that drowning is a problem of the sub-counties that are bordering water bodies and not the rest of us that are far from water bodies?
Thank you very much. World Health Organization has a saying that everyone can drown, no one should. So what does this mean? It means that when you look at the second slide there on the wall, we have non-drowning lakeside districts, which is half of what the number is of people surrounding the water bodies. That's a very big message out of the two phases that we had that informs us the culture has to start from, like we used to have youth alive clubs in schools. We used to have a lot of teaching in churches. So our approach is to start with the smallest nucleus, like the families, because most of the data was picked up from people in the gardens who were testifying about their relatives that were lost to drowning. So we need to start from the grassroots areas, LC ones, to start talking about this during our meetings, like we used to do about HIV/AIDS, and we put it into our agenda to talk about this. Other countries, they're doing this very well, and you talk about swimming, there's no single family that has no swimmer. Here it's common to have 100 families lining up and no one has ever been to a water body that is beyond their knees or something. And they're not even exposed to any lake. Even they have no lakes, but they are much aware and they have the knowledge about water safety. So we should not start from swimming itself, we should start from awareness about water safety. Then swimming will be part of the curriculum of water safety. And this one, for us as Life Saving Association in Uganda, we've embarked on from the daycare, right from the daycare centers, to make sure the teachers there, because part of their bargaining or marketing activities to say we shall take your kids for swimming. Because you need to pay knowing that your child goes for swimming and they will be happy in the pool. So we're starting from those centers to make sure they are aware about water safety. Then we shall go on to train other people. So the culture will start from home, then drive it to the local communities, churches, sub-counties, and I think right now we've led the game by having the curriculum and also involving the key stakeholders that are in place right now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to the audience, but I also have a question for the audience. In whatever local language that you speak, yes, let me first finish this, then you say. In whatever local language you speak, what is diving and what is drowning in your local language? Because in the ones I know, I struggle in differentiating the two. Diving and then drowning. Yes, Mr. Mbaha.
Thank you, moderator. Just before you go, I am concerned about interventions we are planning to do, and I would prefer high impact interventions. When you look at the country, very few people know about drowning. Now that we have this data, which is proving the problem, how big it is, what is our communication strategy? How are we engaging people who matter in terms of policy? to pick it up as a policy issue, such that it can be top on agenda in our country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think Commissioner Sowed will partly handle that, but we can keep the discussion going even with Dr. Fred. I will take 2 questions from the audience. I expect one from the students. To the panelists, me, I'm just a moderator. Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator, and our panelists. As Mr. Mukasa was talking, I remembered a friend who separated with his woman because the woman didn't know how to swim. And he said, when I'm not home, who will save my children from drowning? So it's important to learn. I have a question for the Marine Police, and the same question goes to the Minister of Health. So the Minister of Health has bought ambulances on some of the lakes. I think many of them are on Lake Victoria. How does the police, Marine Police, coordinate with the Minister of Health to utilize these bought ambulances? We know drowning takes 2 minutes and an adult is gone, and about 20 seconds for a child. What is the average response time when there is a distress call on the lake? How long do you take to reach the person in that? Then the last one is our data, which I didn't present here, also shows that the police and the military, UPDF, have facilitated some drowning incidents. In fact, some people told us that when you see a police boat coming or a UPDF boat coming, it is better you die by drowning than receiving the canes from the UPDF. Why does the community perceive the police as an enemy and not as a friend? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question from the students? Yes, for gender balance, we'll take the lady.
This is to Mr. Mukasa. Sir, there is this thing whereby maybe you've ever experienced or you've ever reached an extent where you were going to drown. Let's say you were bathing, let's say you had gone out with friends and then suddenly you don't know how to swim but you enter the water, and this imposes a fear of water, hydrophobia. How can I overcome this phobia in case I want to learn how to swim?
Yes, thank you very much. We'll take the next student. They are the leaders of tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. So as they were speaking, they talked about establishing pools, swimming pools in our areas. So will these ones be on community basis, like in villages, sub-counties, districts, and will there be inspectors to show people how to swim? And another question, will they be working daily, or they'll be setting a day that this day will be on Tuesday? They'll be instructing people and teaching them how to swim. Thank you.
Yes, someone is already interested in the pools, so reach a hand. That's to you. We'll take one last question from the back, and then that gentleman putting up his hand. You say your name, where you come from, and the question.
Thank you so much. My name is Bisman Jawika. I'm a safety and health inspector from the Ministry of Gender Leadership Development, Department of Occupational Safety and Health. So I was listening to the presentations from all the panelists, and I got keen interest in the way forward. Mine is not like a question. Mine is more of like an integral statement to the panelists what they've been presenting. So in 2021 we had drowning cases. 13 people died at the beach. That's along Entebbe. And we managed to do an inspection. As the department, our mandate is on safety at all workplaces. So we may live out the community, but our mandate is on safety of all workplaces. So in line with our mandate, we managed to do an inspection of all the beaches. Then we came up with a few recommendations on water safety, but specifically it was on beach safety because of the incident. I was thinking with these discussions, maybe we can revive this and we do maybe, because literally the interventions are focusing so much on the communities, and they're not focusing so much on the people who come to the beach, the visitors, the clients, and you may not have a chance to send these people out to swim. But then we need to have an intervention on how we are going to manage the people who come to the beaches, to the swimming pools. So I was thinking maybe we can have a joint inspection, and then we come up with draft guidelines for specifically for beaches, as also another component is handling the communities, so that we are coming to the first season. And for example, me myself, I was from Mook, and I was I'm an alumni from the Mook Sharks. That was the swimming team for Mook. I don't know if Mr. Wilson remember, knows Coach Tom, Council Tom was our coach. But in a time I reached when I went to a swimming pool, and it was so flooded with kids. And this guy only had one swimming instructor. And I saw kids drowning. I had to leave alone my camp for enjoyment and start doing the work of the life save.
Okay.
So my submission is, I don't know if we are going to come up with a strategy, or at least we draft guidelines. We look at the perspective of policy making. We draft guidelines for beach safety, and then we try to disseminate them to the beaches or the swimming pools around the country.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I will give the microphones to the panelists to respond. Pardon? Anyone else that has a question, I request that you meet the panelists in person and have this discussed in the interest of time. Thank you. There was a question, I think, to reach a hand. A question to Uganda Police. Uganda Police came first. You are the ones that are leading to drowning, and then Mr. Mukasa. Everyone has a question here. So.
Doctor, I've heard your concern, your question. Sorry. Actually, it's not only you who is asking it, but there are several people. However, what I can say is that we are still having a challenge as a country, and the challenge is about perception. Because how, if I have just maybe, let's say, illegal fishing equipments, or I'm not having a life jacket, you have not murdered, you have not done, you have not defiled, what's that makes you to run to the extent of death? Actually deciding to say, I rather swim, maybe if I'm to die, I rather die. So that is a wrong perception which people have within them. But for us as the police, as I told you, our motto as Marine Police is safety and security. What we look at first is your safety. Actually, I've been patrolling on lakes, and some fishermen, that's how they think they can swim. Because you see a lake or a water body is funny. You might see a distance from here to those motorcycles. You might say, you will go here. Where I have reached, I will go. But my friend, you cannot manage. That is the fact. So it is a wrong perception from the people, which themselves, they develop that fear of the uniform. Because they think after being apprehended, they will be charged and they will appear in court or in the prisons. But for us as the police, that's not the way we operate. When we see someone is so disparate, at least we give them a distance to reach the safe what? The safe landing. then we can handle the rest of the things from home. And even our brothers, the army, even the army, they don't also act like that. So it is just a wrong perception from the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want, you know, he's a member of my security team, so I want to add something. I wanted to say we have also a challenge that I need to clarify. It is common with those people in the fishing community. And it is a signal to everybody that security begins with us. There is a tendency for some of our people who have deserted to keep their uniforms, not to return them. Now, when they keep their uniforms and they don't return them, during those free times that they have, they go to the lake or to the water areas, and then they wear these uniforms. But they are no longer in the security. What I am trying to impress on you is that as ourselves, we should also be on the lookout of those people who are wrongdoers in our community. Talk to your chairpersons, LC1, to the VHTs and others. When you see somebody who has come to your community, they are new and you don't know their whereabouts, it is very important to find out where did they come from. Do they have a letter from where they are coming from? Do their LC1 chairpersons know about them? Do the security people know who these people are? Because those are the major people who have made it look like everybody in uniform is very bad and they beat them and so on. However, I do not want to say completely that we don't have people that are not well-mannered in that. We may have people, this is a character issue. It's not that it is a training that is done in what? In the forces. So that is what I wanted to impress on you. So when you are there, you try to understand if it is somebody, I'm not saying you may have all that time, but I want you to have this perception in you that it is not all the time that it is the policeman, it is the UPDF. Sometimes it is our people who have deserted, those other wrongdoers, those who are anti-government with antisocial behaviors, that they really feel they have their anger, they have their, maybe they were treated badly when they were growing up. Somebody else has done something wrong. They want to revenge on the wrong person. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to impress on you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The question around the swimming pools, yes, they are going to be placed in communities, and we expect that you will have enough time to learn. Now, the way it is going to be is that we have trained coaches. Some from your schools, like I said, will have male and female. And you'll be supported through your learning terms or the school terms. You'll have schedules where when you go to the swimming pool or when you go to swim, you'll also have theory lessons before you do the actual practicals. And you'll have a number of lessons. They 15, how many are they, Coach George? Yeah, between 5 and 15 lessons, so be ready to learn. You'll have people to guide you through the training. The pools will be protected so that people who are not supposed to go into the pools at a given time don't, because we also can have cases of drowning if we do not protect the pools. There are still fewer, but we hope that with time we'll increase the number or increase the areas where the training can be conducted. I just wanted to say something about the, I'm loving the discussions around DHIS2 and the UDHS and the advocacy work we need to do. We have a partner called Global Health Advocacy Accelerator, or GUI, who is part of this program, who is going to be following up on the advocacy areas, and we hope that we'll pick some of these issues and we present them to that team. The other is about communications. We are going to be running a robust communications campaign to create awareness in communities, but also using TV, using radio, interpersonal. So again, we will come to communities to make sure that we use the appropriate channels to be able to reach the old, but also the young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start from one of our students. Phobia. And I'll start from the disclaimer that there is no age limit on learning how to swim. Even though you're 130 years, you can still learn how to swim. Especially with physics, we have the law of buoyancy. Of course, with some standing orders that you should not, or should be supervised by a professional person teaching you. So phobia is a personal condition that when you get to water, by sense that you're an adult, you're understanding, you know it's a hazard, you have to get scared. It is different from when you're teaching the babies who are less than 2 years, 1 year. You tell them to jump, they will jump. They have nothing to lose, they're not paying rent, they're not doing anything. You're instructing them to do what they're doing. But for you, because you're learning and you're seeing the dangers, so you take the concern, and the concern now turns into a nervous situation, which is phobia. For you to say, what if? And the biggest problem also in drowning has been getting quack teachers. People that are not professional, they're just trying to survive. And those are very many in our association, and they're trying to make sure we streamline our operations through Uganda hotel owners, because they have most of the hotels that we use for students to swim. In Kampala, and to come back to your situation is that to kill phobia, you must find out where are you going to learn your swimming from. If you go to the beach and find anyone at the beach, especially for the girls, you'll be abused, because someone may not be actually intentionally going to teach you how to swim or sacrifice to teach you, but just going to use you. So that's a very cautious statement that you are putting across. So where should you go? You should go to an established swimming pool. If Richard Hand has our swimming pool ready, there will be trained instructors. Some of them are here, we've trained them, and they know how to handle you right from psyching you. As we said, we shall have theory before the practicals, to know what you're going in for and how ready are you. Because it's also a public health concern that if you don't teach you well, some people have come to get ENT issues, especially when the chlorine is too much or the water has so much bacteria. So we have other stakeholders we involve when we're teaching people how to swim, because it's not an environment that we are supposed to live in. So phobia will be handled by a trained teacher. And please, when the time comes, or if you have a friend that wants to go swimming, ask them, is that teacher trained? Ask the management if he's a professional teacher. That will also help us to stop drowning in Uganda. Maybe the second one we had was about the beaches. As the president for the lifeguard in Uganda, we also have a sister organization at the beach called Greater Entebbe Beach Guards Association, taking right from White Sand to Aero Beach. Because of that incident that happened in 2017, we took up a very big step with Uganda Police and the Aviation Police to make sure we safeguard those beaches. They are very prime, of course, to the airport, but also every Ugandan knows that's our beach stretch. So the only thing we need to improve on that is that they need to be in uniform and maybe tagged so that we can know who we're dealing with. Because also we have issues there of abuse, intentional drowning by strangers from Kampala. They come in and do what they want to do and go away. So that's a good mark. You talked about Coach Tom. Yes, I know him. He's a colleague and he's based at Makere as a club coach there. So that's part of the established teachers that are going to be trained, like the ones that Richard Hand has given us. The professional teaching is part of drowning prevention. It's same as professional bystanders. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Stambaha in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Frederick asked us a question, both with the Marine, how we are relating in terms of boat ambulances. Ambulances are for emergencies, wherever there's an emergency situation. If it's on land, we have vehicles called ambulances, even on water. So wherever there's a call, they're always available, unless they've taken somebody in. But Madam RDC, the issue of people on water, I think I would request you that through your channels you investigate it, because I'm from a fishing community in Busia, And all these complaints are there. It's not only in Mayuge, it's not only in Masaka here, people being harassed on water. You know, there's this issue they call Enuni. I don't know whether you have heard of Enuni. It is so marketable that everybody is for it. So some people are grabbing this not because people are carrying immature fish, but they find all excuses to grab these things. So you need to help the community. And because these ones can also affect Muze's votes. So think about it.
All right, thank you very much, everyone, the audience and the panelists. Let's put our hands together to thank these gentlemen.
Well, let's give the panelists a backhoe, a backhoe, a backhoe, a backhoe. Karawanda, Karawanda, panelists. Thank you.
Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much. We're chasing time, and right about now, we'll be getting to the DJ. Are you ready? And then thereafter, the RDCs will be coming in to say hi to us, and we get on to the closing bits of the function today. DJ.
Fenga aba rescue oba nga aba teacher tuyiga okubeera nga our minds are calm to every situation. Oba mbi etya oba nungi etya, you have to control everything. Don't sit, float, point your toes. So guys, be clear with what you're giving out. Listen to what I'm teaching you, and when I tell you to show us what to do, please take a heavy dose of it. That's what I could request for. When you're having a client like that one, you have to give 100% of the attention, right? Your minds have to be on that person that you're having at that time. What's your name?
Andy.
Are you enjoying the swimming?
Yes.
How does this feel?
Good.
It feels good.
Yes, I can even sing without dancing.
Are you serious? Wow, that's cool. Hold it. Be calm. I'm with you, be calm. Be calm. Suspecting. So, kino tukikoze nga asa naye nga alina spinal injury. Singa abaira tasa tugenda mukola kyebayita CPR. Are we together?
If you lack the skills to save yourself, you can drown.
But the most important thing is like we are learning survival swimming. We are learning what? survival swimming and survival skills.
On behalf of my commandant, Marines, we are very, very, very grateful for what you have done. And we pledge we shall continue working with you. And wherever you are, if you need anything from us, just feel free to reach out to us.
Maybe lastly, I would want to thank the team that is here with us today. The district official representing the people from the districts, Afande Sande representing Marine Police, and also Afande Habim Siwe representing police in general to speak to us. Thank you so much for making time to come around and speak to these individuals. They should know that the forces, police, government, district officials are their friends, and they're going to be working with them.
Make your legs straight. You put your legs straight behind.
We are so happy that we've been welcomed to Mayuge district. A lot of statistics have been given to us. For example, this district having about 73 to 75% of its land underwater, and most of the schools we are going to be working with, out of the 9 schools, 7 have been chosen, and the 7 are actually in the islands.
Much of our schools here in Mayuge district are having issues, not only schools, but being that many of us interact with water, like us as inspectors. It is incumbent upon us to go and give support to these schools.
Banga tubadde tufuna obulwadde buno obw'okufa obw'okugwa mu mazzi, that is drowning, nga naye tetulina solution. Ate era nga bw'omanyi nti ffe tuli ku district yaffe erinaanye ennyanja Victoria, yeetooloddwa ennyanja Victoria, ate tulina n'emigga, abantu mwe bagwa ne bafa.
Like for instance, a week back, we had 3 incidents of drowning, but this was not even in the lake, but it was even in a pool of water that was out of sand mining in one of the sub-counties called Buunga.
So I hope if the people around there knew how to swim and had these techniques of saving people that are drowning in water, I believe chances are high that maybe this person could have survived.
As per the expectation, I believe that most of the children in school, irrespective of water or mainland, need that skill of learning how to swim and save life through swimming. So it is a good start that the community will be given a chance to learn more, to ask more, to get the skills of how they can stay on water and save life.
This has been good, and it has come timely, because to me as a planner, when you look at my plan, this kind of intervention was never there before. And when they came at a time when we are planning for Plan 4, DDP 4, this is really good news, and we are going to make sure that we integrate this unique activity in the plan.
We are now sure that after the construction of the pool, after the construction of the swimming pool, the cases of drowning will reduce, and the number of schools, even outside the target schools, will be using this swimming pool for the subject and the hobby.
So tulowooza nti ekitongole kino nga bwe kizze kijja kutuyambako nnyo okulaba nga kiwa skills eri abaana abo okusobola okwerwanako nga waliwo ekizibu ekigudde ku mazzi basobole obutagwamu.
I didn't know that a mature person like me, without any skill, I take about 5 minutes before I die. That means if I have the skills, then I'll be in a position to see how I can survive in case of any water accident.
N'olwekyo singa abaana banaaba batendekeddwa bulungi, tuyina essuubi nti bajja kusobola okusurvivinga, bajja kusobola okutaasa bannaabwe kubanga tusuubiziddwa nti bajja kuyiga okuwa bannaabwe first aid.
But when we received the data, the justification came out that we are the leading in the numbers of people dying because of drowning. So we are number one. Is that one, does it require clapping or feeling sorry? Feeling sorry. So this one, there are so many, when they were giving here the explanation, we found out that sensitization is very important, especially the deaths as a result of our children drowning, divisions, drowning attacks, and so on. Even this one was people who are dying when they are crossing roads. Sensitization will work there. But at the same time, we have issues on the lakes where we are getting overloading of the boats. The state of the boats, where people are using boats but they are moving while water is entering and they're removing water. So all those ones are challenges. Therefore, the mechanical fault of these boats also need to be checked up, as you also check on the issue of overloading of these boats. The issue of the swimming pool and so on, this one was required to have someone who is technical to be there at the swimming pool to guide, and if there is any fault, to correct it immediately. Otherwise, people go where there are swimming pools, you meet them, they are swimming, but there is no one who can give help if there is any issue. We want to thank the team, the ministry team. We are talking about a policy, you talked about the policy, but this one can come out. Now that labor is here, Ministry of Water and Environment, they are here, and the other ministries are here. This one can come out, now realizing that this is a challenge, and we need to do it massively when we want to mobilize the community. I wouldn't like to go beyond that. Now that the guest RDC, the host RDC is here, I don't want to say more than that. We thank you very much for coming and want to wish you well when you go back.
Thank you, Madam RDC, and your colleague from Mayuge. Protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am here with Ssaza Rakai. You know, RDC is the chairperson of District Security Committee. Then this office, the DSO is the secretary. Then for me and the other stakeholders, we are members. That's why you saw the RDC saying, no, please, I can't stand here and talk without recognizing the team she works with. Mine is, you know, since it's the host, and I don't want to talk when I told he's the head of security, I can't talk much. I'll be usurping the powers. You know, the president is representative in the district. As always, I want to appreciate this training. I have met the team, I think once in the district. The second time I was engaged somewhere, my OC station attended the workshop. I do appreciate, I pledge support when you come back in Rakai district. Thank you very much.
Madam RDC and your colleague. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, is it good afternoon already? I'm behind. Allow me to fit into the protocol already mentioned. Mabasi Kenya, Rakai. I'm happy that, Madam, you have called me here. When I got the invitation of this function, I asked myself, Rakai, do we have this challenge here? Because I normally talk to my cow. She's there. Do we need this NGO in this district? But when this invitation came, I remembered when I had just gone to Rakai, few cases that came to my table. There is a big dam in the sub-county called Kasankara. It's a very nice one from Ministry of Water. It's a big project, but it ended somewhere. The first complaints, drowning in that dam. So this is a good initiative. It has come on the right time. As DP has said, for us in Rakai security, you come and do whatever you want. With the boss on top, there is nothing will be a problem. Allow me to end there since the big person is here.
Madam Host RDC, we want to bring it back and then you make the marks on our behalf.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the organizers of this launch, and I think you should clap for them. The same way you were taught.
Abako, 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 Karawanda, Karawanda, organizers.
So I want to thank you so much for finding it very important to call all of us together here and take us through thoroughly so that we understand and know the dangers of being around water bodies and the importance of everyone getting the skill of swimming. I also want to thank all of you participants for taking off time to physically come and attend. It is one thing to be invited and another one to come. Very many times we have challenges because when people are invited and information is going to be disseminated, they don't attend. Then they say, oh, Baba agambye eki, and from there you get second-hand information and it is distorted. I always give a story to these young people. Since we have new ones that have not come here, I'm going to tell it. It's not a big story. I'll tell it to you of listening to things that you have not understood and you just take. I already told him about it. So I want to thank you so much for coming. I wish you a safe journey as you're going back. I also, bana abasoga nendo okubaniriza ano, mwebale kwida, nkalindidde olusoga.
Tusangaire mama.
Era ndi musanufu ino.
Amina. Omusoga akitegeire akubye omuzira nti
bana ze nandidde ogukuba ayo olwaleero tidde akikola. So I want to request one thing, because now, you know, I'm a policy student at Masters. Yes, I'm an education policy student. And what we do when we want a policy to be passed, the publics must themselves be involved. Now, the good thing, you have involved the learners here. I know there are other respective schools where they've not been. But I want to say that in future, we are going to make sure that we run to the schools. Like, you know, we have Uganda National Students Association. We have the HIV campaigns, the ones of planting trees and the rest. There is always a teacher in charge of that. My thinking is, if we can always establish a club for the drowning for the drowning in the schools, even if it is a 5-member club, then you have a patron for it. Those people, when we have an engagement like this, maybe funds permitting, we take them through this. They will do a multiplier effect. I don't know what you think, but it is the best thing that we can do. So that as we put structures, we leave them on the ground, they carry on with the dissemination of the information in schools. Because I can't lie you that as RDC, I'll keep going to every school. But as we establish structures, we can do something. The reason I'm saying that, we have the director of Reach a Hand here, and I know that in their budget they can put that, and then we benefit. So that is all that I wanted to say. As a teacher, I know when we reach this time, concentration is not so much. I therefore want to thank you. My name is Abide Janet Mulindwa, the RDC of Masaka District. So I want to take this opportunity to close this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. RDC atugaddewo yadde tukyaliwo. Let's give RDC and her entourage a big hand. Abako, 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 abako. Now, RDC wabadde ayogera, I realized kawo wana atudde n'asirika n'abantu ababede. That's what I've been Mayuge Kibakala. Commissioner Sowed, allow me, give 1 minute to the cow, Rakai, to say a word to her people. We have not closed yet. Come on, Wiki. Oh, please submit. Permission granted.
I want to allow her to speak. Then I will say a single word to clear that I'm the one to close.
Thank you so much, the RDC, Masaka. Protocol observed. My name is Katsabe Beatrice. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer, Rakai District. I'm glad to be here and be part of this great event today. I want to thank the organizers and the partners for starting with this and for involving all the stakeholders in here. That means we are going to move together. These interventions are not yours, they are ours. You're bringing them to us. Therefore, we need to own them, and then we move. I know the project or program is time limited, but we are here to stay. So would request that you move with us as you've started with us, so that we go in this journey together, and when you stop somewhere, we can be able to continue. Thank you so much, and I want, for Rakai, we are there waiting for you, and we shall continue supporting your interventions. Thank you so much. Madam RDC, that's what I can say. Back to you.
Thank you so much. It would not be if you do not treat her the way we've been treating people. Abako, 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 abako. So I've been having a small one with the Bwanara DC and Commissioner Sowed, that there's a group of young kids who had prepared a certain message for us. And if we send them back, what the message ya feno, ugambye dakika 5. So Madam RDC, I beg to allow me invite St. Luke Primary School. By no bubaka baffe musomesa St. Luke edakika 5 bakukiriza mangu. You are the reason between us and our lunch. Go chat le message za ogenda okulya emmere yaffe. Naye nga ebyo bikyagenda mu maaso, allow me recognize so after St. Luke, we'll be having Commissioner Sowed give your remarks and the official launch, and people will sign off the board of the official launch. All right.
Nene da sebo bino ebintu bikadde nnyo.
Sebo olidde bulungi ze ntambula n'ensawo yange.
Nenga bineno nze nabirabako nga bitunda manga dda.
Kati sookoleke. Ensawo gyesonyiwe kyamagero nnyo gyendi.
Nze kinsuseeko.
Naawe leka tuswaza tugenda ku biiki n'eki kyotuleetedde. Ensawo yange tuzze tunda nnyaanya.
Basebo mwatuuse dda?
Batuuse dda.
Baba. Aha.
Leero nga mwambadde obugoye obukumba ku biiki.
Privato.
Yes.
Kino kiki?
Eno Ensawo yange.
Owaye eyo nsawo.
Nyabo.
Wagisikira ku jjajjaawo.
Eno ensawo mujesonyiwe n'ensawo mutambulira mu byamaguzi byange.
Puliva tolimba.
Sirimba.
Eyo ensawo.
Olabe n'ensawo. Kino kiringanga kya bugagga kyange gyendi. Kyova olaba na bano nabaganya okujoogerako.
Mujje nno tugende tuuge.
Mugende maama. Naffe katugire nga tuliko wano tunywa.
Ffe katugende tuuge bbugumu lingi.
Mumanyi.
Mugende olwaliro olunaku lwammwe.
Era.
Sawudda jana tugende tuuge. Zonna nge sigenda kuuga ebyo sibisobola.
Bwe twakumanyiira n'ekyalo kyo.
Nze simumanyi oyo. Nemunvuma n'ensawo yange.
Nga tuludde okulabagana. Oli wabulira wa?
Nze nali eno ensawo eno gy'olaba yali yambulako.
Naye gwe nawulira nti nobakuwa obwa Prime Minister oba kituufu?
Sokoleke. Kituufu. Olaba oli omuwala oli ali okuwuga bangamba munno yakola ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi. Atakola yakola wali mugulu mbali abawoleza obuwunga. Okay. Yali yanimba. Tomulaba nge akola wali nze namulaba. Izo nokulimba. Bana inawo leka tukonerera.
Nange muli bulungi.
Banaye muli bulungi.
Banange mutose. Omuntu afa.
Tuli bulungi muyambe eggwanga. Korola nnyo. Katonda tuyambe. Nze nabagamba sobola kutambula nga sirina bino bintu bino bye mubadde mulaba mwene ensawo.
Yanziza tubadde tuwakana.
Webale nnyo Privat nze wedda nkujereka naye mbirese. Webale.
Mundabye. Nze ntambula n'ebintu byange biwe mbandaga. Nze nabagambye olwakuwadde nze mundaba nga alina akasasiro naye no si kasasiro.
Nze ntidde n'amazzi kuva leero.
Nze nabagamba.
Kyova olaba nsinaganya okgenda mulaba obuzibu bye mbadde mutuuseeko.
Nze bannange mumpe ebintu byange nteme.
Bannange tutaase bannaffe naddala abali ku mazzi nga bafunye obuzibu naddala abo abatasobola kuwuga.
Let's give them a big abako. Kalabanda, St. Luke. Thank you so much. Right about this time, I'll be inviting Bwana RDC to invite the chief guest who will be giving the closing remarks and apologies for the breach in protocol. But before that happens, because I may not be able to come back again after the chief guest has given their remarks, allow me thank all of you for coming and the members of the technical working group, Minister of Water and Environment. Let's give them a big hand, please. Ministry of Education and Sports, let's give them a big hand. Ministry of Health, Minister of Works and Transport, the National Curriculum Development Center, Uganda Swimming Federation, Uganda Red Cross, the Life Saving Association of Uganda, Engalunga zikendera, Great Lakes Life Saving Society, local governments of Masaka, Rakai and Mayuge, A Hand Uganda, Makera University College of Health Science, School of Public Health, the media, because you're our great stakeholder. Thank you so much. Bwana RDC, over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to make this very categorically very clear. Society is used to the fact that RTCs are either former contestants, are either school dropouts, and other things. But for you as the participants, you have an RDC formerly from academia, and I believe in protocol. I did not have an invitation to this place. That is why I made that mistake. I accepted to come. I had a message as an invitation. So I did not know whether there was a guest of honor or what. Because in our protocol, once we have spoken, we have closed. So I want to inform the person who is a guest of honor that it is a mistake done by the organizers of this meeting, that they do not understand the protocol. And they did not understand the category of RDC they had invited. So I'm very sorry about that. But I'm also an RDC with some level of humility. So that is it. I had decided the other time that I wanted to say something. Now that we have gone into this, let me make a nice breaker so that we continue. Our students, I wanted to say the other time that when you don't understand something, you ask. Do you understand that? So I said I'm going to tell you something that I always talk about that is funny, because for you, you had not come. And I'm going to give an example that I've always given to these people of richer hand, and that you also listen to it. That there were two people. One was 27, another one was 25. They went for an interview. Do you understand? Are you in secondary or primary? Very good. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a teacher. Originally, I'm a teacher of history and CRA. I want you to become teachers. Don't refuse to get up. I know that you don't want to put teaching as a first choice because you think teachers are poor. When you qualify as a teacher, it does not lock you in the class. You can become anybody else. That is why every time I am talking to people, I tell them that I'm an RDC by occupation, but a teacher by profession. So these two guys went to do an interview. One was 25, another one was 27. So the one who was older was the older brother of the young one of 25 years. So he told people, now since we have this job, I'm going to assist you, my brother. So when the one of 25 went in, they asked him, who is the best football player? He said it used to be Pele, now it's Maradona. They asked him, when was the television invented? He said 1902, modernized in 1946. Then they asked him, is there life on Mars? You know Mars? Where is Mars? Students, where is Mars? Up there. Okay. So they said, people say so, but it's not scientifically proven. So he went out, and like when you do interviews, because for you have not yet done them, they will tell you, thank you so much, you are the best candidate, we shall get back to you. So he was expectant. He went out. His brother entered with 27. Before he entered, he told him, let me tell you, number one, it used Pipere, now it's Maradona. Number two, 1902, modernized in 1946. Number three, people say so, but it's not scientifically proven. What am I trying to impress on you here? That he did not understand the what? He did not, first of all, wait to understand the question, but was on just what people say. So some of you are going to get information without going through the life skills, and you begin believing what people are saying. So the brother who is 27 entered. They asked him, what is the name of your father? Then he said it used to be Pele, now it's Maradona. Then they asked him, when were you born? Then he said in 1902, modernized in 1946. Then they asked him, are you mad? Then he said, people say so, but it's not scientifically proven. I therefore take this very singular opportunity to invite our chief guest. Thank you.
I'm not vertically gifted like the RDC, so I prefer using this platform. But RDC, thank you for that icebreaker and makes actually the moment lighter. Let's give a round of applause to the RDC. And I think Amon, who has been the MC all this time, he has done a great job keeping us awake. Yeah. The guest of honor, as indicated in the program, is supposed to be the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment, Dr. Alfred Okidi Okot. But at the last moment, he got a summon that he couldn't be with us. But actually, he wishes us well, and he has actually given me a written speech, which I will be able to read verbatim. But before I read the speech, I would like to throw more light on today's subject. You may recall that Dr. Poria, in his keynote address, he gave us some statistics and data. And then in the subsequent presentation that we had from Design Without Borders, they told us the kind of work that they are doing with regard to the design of the life jackets, how they're working on enhancing the weather forecast, working with the meteorology department now, not authority. Yeah. But I think there's a gap between what Dr. Poria presented and what Design Without Borders and this particular project is doing. And that is the strategy that was prepared as a result of the information that we got from the research work of Dr. Poria. So that strategy has been able to inform the kind of work that Design Without Borders is doing, as well as Reach a Hand. Now, in that strategy, which is currently being adopted by 6 of the 8 key lead agencies, it has 6 areas of intervention. And within these 6 areas of intervention, the first one is looking at setting and enforcing safe boating, shipping, as well as ferry regulations. Here we are looking at how do we make sure that the boats that are going to ply these waters are seaworthy, but also they have the necessary gear to ensure that there's safety of the people who are using them. So again, this is where other partners, for example, the Ministry of Fisheries comes into hand, as well as Ministry of Works and Transport, because they regulate these vessels, but also the activities that they do. The second pillar is looking at teaching school-age children swimming and water safety skills. And now this is where Reach a Hand and this particular project comes in handy. Basically, it's coming to support the actions that have been identified as necessary to be done under the strategy to ensure that we prevent drowning in our country. The third one is looking at creating awareness on water safety and drowning prevention. I think all the previous speakers have really emphasized the need of creating awareness. If we can teach the skills, but most people are not aware, then chances are that we will not be able to achieve our objective. And actually what I had in mind is that we're in a situation where this awareness can even be enhanced or could have far more impact than if it's done at a different time. We've seen in social media a number of videos that have been circulating where you see heavy vehicles trying to pass flooded roads and then they drown, or they capsize. But I think we've not come out to educate or make people more aware that even if you're in a heavy vehicle, okay, but the tires actually, the moment the water reaches almost halfway, it improves the buoyancy, okay? So however heavy the vehicle is, it will automatically be swept away by the water. And I think the project, for example, can use this opportunity to send out this kind of information to help the masses. The fourth area is training responders in safe rescue and resuscitation of drowning victims. Again, the project is giving a hand here, but also that's where the Ministry of Health comes in handy to support the strategy. Building resilience and managing flood risks and other hazards. Again, Design Without Borders talked about the work they're doing with the meteorology department. It's basically coming in to give early warning in a way of mitigating the risks that are associated with floods. And now this is within the docket of Ministry of Water and Environment. And lastly, we are looking at monitoring and evaluating progress so that we can see whether our interventions are really creating impact and also help to inform policy revision. This entire strategy is for 5 years, and we've quantified the actions that would cost about 25 billion Uganda shillings. Currently, when you look at the interventions, you could be aware of, for example, some search and rescue centers that have been constructed along the lake. I think we have one in Mayuge, but these are some of the interventions that are ongoing, and we've also quantified how much money that is. But now we also have a gap of about 15 billion Uganda shillings to implement these interventions. And that's where such projects actually come in to make sure that we address the gap. And on that point, I would like to thank Richard Han on behalf of Bloomberg Philanthropies that have come in to make sure that they provide that support, leave alone actually the resources that provided in preparing the strategies. The number of ideas that have come through this engagement, and I would like to hope or recommend that a report is prepared capturing these ideas so that we can act on them in the near future. Otherwise, we are very happy for the members that have joined or have come to this function at which we are launching this project that is meant to enhance drowning prevention in Uganda. Now I would like to read the speech of the PS, and you allow me to repeat the protocol because this is as per the speech. The RDCs, the COW, Chief Administrative Officers, the Director, Country Director of Richer Hand, the staff of the local governments present, and the students around, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to join you today as we officially launch the Drowning Prevention Project here in Masaka. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment, I want to express our gratitude to all the stakeholders and partners who have come to address this important issue today. Drowning is a silent epidemic that continues to claim lives, especially in lakeside communities such as Masaka, Rakai, and Mayuge. Every year, we are reminded of the urgent need for action through tragic headlines and heartbreaking stories of lives lost to drowning. Just recently, Masaka experienced 2 devastating incidents that claimed the lives of young children, events that emphasize the urgency of the project that we're launching today. The Drowning Prevention Project, supported by Bloomberg Philanthropies and implemented by Richer Hand Uganda in partnership with Design Without Borders, Global Health Advocacy Incubator, and Makerere University School of Public Health, is a big step towards ensuring safe waters for every Ugandan. Allow me to acknowledge the progress that has been made so far by the project. One of them includes the successful district entry meetings in Mayuge, Rakai, Masaka, where community and leaders welcomed the initiative with great enthusiasm. The formation of technical working groups that are currently overseeing the development of the swimming curriculum that will further enhance the skill development or equipment of our learners, but also the communities that are at risk of drowning. The engagement with government ministries, including Ministry of Education, Sports, Ministry of Agriculture, as well as Ministry of Water and Environment, has demonstrated a unified commitment to water safety. These milestones show the power of collaboration and the shared vision of saving lives. As we launch this project, I call upon everyone here today, government agencies, civil society organizations, community leaders, and the private sector to join hands in addressing this issue. Together, we can raise awareness in our communities, promote water safety measures, and educate our children on the importance of being cautious around water bodies. We could also advocate for policies and practices that prioritize drowning prevention. Our collective action can and will be or make a difference. These challenges only encourage us to work together better and seriously on this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Uganda remains steadfast in its commitment to creating safer communities for all. We are proud to partner with organizations that share our vision of a safe and healthier Uganda. And in launching, I would like to thank all the partners, including Bloomberg Philanthropies, A Hand Uganda, Design Without Borders, and Makerere University Public School of Health for their unwavering support. Your dedication and hard work are making a real difference. I thank you, and may this project inspire more initiatives and partnerships to create a safer Uganda for everyone. Thank you. At this juncture, so that we don't violate protocol any further, allow me to invite the RDC to officially launch by signing on this board, and any other dignitaries that will be able to follow. Amon, I know that you are not coming back, but please allow us to, you coordinate this process. Thank you.
We can give Engineer Swede a bigger bako, a bako, a bako, a bako. Kalavanda, Kalavanda, chief guest. Thank you so much, Bwana RDC, and thank you so much, the chief guest. Please. Bwana Kao, please. Rakai, Masaka, Mayuge. The DPCs, please. District officials, please, who have not yet appended their signatures. Our partners, Makerere University School of Public Health, Design Without Borders, Life Saving Association of Uganda, the country director, reach your hand, is like Ono Peter D. There. Thank you. I can see Bwana DHO there. The health officials from the districts, officials from the community development offices from the different districts. By the way, in the background, the CEO, Reach Your Hand Uganda, has been here in silent mode. Humphrey, you can come and append your signature, please. All right, thank you so much. In Busoga, there is a saying that alabira airira. May I request we have a group picture with this sign off. Everyone who has appended their signature, please. May you please get back for a group picture. May the multimedia persons please get ready for the picture. And please tell us what you want us to do. Veda, what should the people do? Where do you want them to be? Maki, all right, Maki, over to you. Maki, ngabali wala nyeno. Can they close up? Yes, tusembele wali. So the last person is basically where the stage ends. Some people can get up. They will serve so much. All right. Okay. After the group picture, we'll be playing the national anthems in reverse order, Buganda national anthem, and then people will disperse for lunch. And thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being with us. And remember, anyone can drown, but no one should. Thank you. Yeah, the signing off on the board will continue as we're having lunch. There's a special request, people, that before you leave, why can't we have some of the young people join us, please? Some of the young people, please, come on and join us. Please. Young people, take it quicker, please. And the TOTs. And the TOTs. Yes. Never TOTs be Mayuge basigaddewa. Byakusobedde. They drowned. Or they are saving people. Okay. Yes. Yeah, now we'll tell them we are young people for young people with a youth adult partnership. Yes. That's a good one. DJ, I think these people will not leave this place. Immediately the photo moment is done.
We are that far-reaching hand, going deep to the front lines to achieve continuous breakthroughs, simplifying health information and bridging the information gaps in communities. We are transformers, transforming lives with a strong belief that young people have the power to create a better future for themselves. We don't only have a strategy, we have a purpose to build and empower young people through our programs. Taking advantage of new trends and opportunities to respond to the health needs of all young people. We don't only have a vision statement, we have a vision of a world of young people making right, informed life choices. We are not just a youth-centered organization, we are champions of an informed and empowered generation. Champions with promise to keep building systems that empower and improve livelihoods, health, and the quality of life for different communities, most especially young people. This is who we are. We are young people for young people. We are.
What ignites your passion? What fuels your ambition? What drives you to succeed? Whatever the reason is, you need a companion with you to tell you that your dreams are valid, to fuel your passion and inspire you to learn every single day. Introducing the new age Sauti Plus TV, a fresh, easily accessible, and content-packed platform for young people. A companion like no other to give you accurate and reliable information and guide you in making the right choices and take the right direction. A companion to open you to a Pan-African cinematic experience to help make sense of the world around you. A mobile companion that goes easy on your wallet and sticks with you all the way. Sauti Plus TV, your #1 source for shows that matter, anywhere, anytime. Download the Sauti Plus app on the App Store and Google Play Store, or head to www.sautiplus.org.